Hey, everybody. Happy Hump Day. It is September 20th, 2023. Welcome back. Great to be here today, guys. We're looking at the Delphi murders. Was there a cult involved? Interesting. And sadly, the Romeoville horror show. Some sad stuff going on out there, guys. And I'm happy to be here to share it with you all as we talk about it. And of course, the lovely Mama Bear will be here with us as well. As we do that, let's get this show on the road and get it kicked off. See you soon. Hello.
Hello.
How are you?
I'm good.
Okay. You look like
I know, I'm all
chilled out.
comfy.
Completely chilled out. Love it.
I'll chill today.
Great to see you.
Yeah, good to be here.
Yes, welcome back. Three days, folks. We might have her for 3 whole days. Just don't
Yeah.
talk about it too much because we might ruin it.
Right, don't want to jinx it. Knocking
Right.
on everything wood I can.
Anything would
Yeah,
knock
there
on
you
it.
go.
Yeah. Why am I jerky looking? Something going on with my camera? Come on now. Stop it. How does my video look to you?
Looks like it always does.
So
Looks
there's
good.
this new thing in here that says touch up my appearance.
Yeah, I saw that.
I think it makes me look like I'm wearing makeup, so I'm not going to use that.
Yeah, it kind of like fuzzed up my face, and I was like, no.
Mm-hmm.
I was like,
Yeah.
no.
No.
I don't wear makeup,
Nope.
and yeah, I don't want
And I'm not
anything
going
to
to
make it
start
look
wearing
like I
makeup,
wear
right?
makeup either. So
No.
yeah, I was playing with it too.
I was looking at it like,
Yeah, it's like,
no.
I just look fuzzy.
I look fuzzy and fake. Yes.
Yeah.
So, welcome back, everybody. And missed you guys. I'm sorry you didn't see me yesterday. Well, my wonderfully awesome cable company, Optimum. Don't ever use them if you don't have a choice. As I said, they decided to change out the um the lines yesterday all up and down my whole road, so I had no internet all day. Surprise. But anyway, they finished it up this morning because I kind of stood out there and stared at them all yesterday and early this morning when they did it, as in, "Are you done yet?" And I think I made them uncomfortable just from
I was
staring at it. I
gonna
don't.
ask you what you did all day to keep yourself occupied, being that you're ADHD and there's no internet or anything to
It was a bad day.
bet.
It was a very bad day. That's all I can tell you. I had no TV, no nothing. I did a lot of outside stuff, but I mainly stood and stared at the Optimum guys all day. Just to try to intimidate, as if I would. They just kept looking at me like, "Why is this dude staring at us?" Yeah, no. Kinda did the hands on the hips thing, the "If you're not done yet," like, and then I finally asked him, "How long are you guys gonna be?" "Well," he said, "I don't think we're gonna be done today," and I guess the look on my face must have, like, completely surprised them. Brandy said I looked like I was getting ready to jump over the railing on the porch and go chase after him like a cheetah.
I can see that.
So, it's one of them things. But yeah, it was definitely a bad day, a very bad day. Um, so and then Caden came home from school
Oh.
and goes to go into Caden mode like he does, and he comes walking over and goes, "Going on with the internet?" And I just looked at him. I said, "Don't even start with me. I don't want to go there with this." So he
Come
got
on, Caden, this isn't your first day in this house.
right. He was pissed off too, and he's like, "I'm sick of this. Can't do anything around here." I said, "Go outside and play basketball or do something that kids do.
Right?
You don't have to sit in here and stare at your TV." So anyway, that was yesterday. It was just a lovely day, folks. Absolutely lovely. I got the case for the new computer, and I opened that and threw myself into a full blown panic attack because the way I read the email was that they were shipping everything out. Yeah. Well, they shipped a case. Everything's gonna be separate, basically. So I opened up the case, which is awesome, and pulled it out, and I start digging, and my wife said, she was like, "Um, there's nothing else in the box, hon." And I was like, "Oh, yeah, yeah, it's in there." No, it wasn't. So then I went into a full-blown panic attack thinking that I screwed something up somehow, because I do that, and go back and look at the email and realize that they're sending it little by little because it's coming from all over the place. I'll explain that in one moment, cat lady. So it was just one of those days. So I sat and stared at the case to the new computer system. It's a whole big thing. It's big. It's really big. I could
It's
put what I
just the
have
shell
inside
of the
that case
tower.
3 times. Yeah, the shell of the tower, Kim. Thank you for that.
Hmm?
So I'm just waiting on the pieces. That's okay, Noni. Don't worry about it. Um, yeah, if you want to yell at me, you can yell at me since I wasn't here yesterday. I missed you guys. I had a bad day. Like I said, this is the highlight of my day. So I didn't have that, and I had no internet to even play around on here. Of course, I can only do so much on here anyway. I have to, as I was telling Mama Bear this morning, anything I do on here that night or the very next morning, I have to go and delete and empty everything that I have, everything to be able to do this with you guys on here until this other one's built. So, Lord have mercy, I cannot wait.
Right.
Congratulations. Look at that. Life and Love and True Crime has been a member for 9 months. That's awesome.
Woohoo.
9 months.
Did you see mine the other day?
11?
11.
11 months.
I was like, "What?" I
I
thought it was like
appreciate you
9,
guys.
8,
I didn't
9.
even, how long?
Like,
I didn't even think we were doing this that long.
neither.
You came in here,
Apparently 11 months ago.
October will be a year for True Crime.
So, yeah, be a year
October,
because it's 11 months now.
I think October 17th. Yeah.
Probably
I
the
think
day that you monetized is the day that I signed up for membership.
I think it is. Yeah, the day of, right. You've been here nonstop. And me and Heather were talking a couple days ago. February will be 2 years for her. February will be 2 years for Brandy. Again, thank you, Life, Love, and True Crime. We love you.
Mhm.
There's a couple other people in here that'll be going on 2 years too. So
Brandy, Heather, my mind's going blank.
there's a few that aren't. They're not in here.
Yeah.
Uh, um, what is his name? Strike first, strike
Mm.
hard, strike first, whatever that is.
Yeah, where
Him.
has he been?
He comes and goes as he gets time. But like I said,
Slacking.
2 years he'll be here. Um, and then there's a lot of people. I was looking through the memberships the other night that have been here 8, 9, 10. There's only a couple of you guys that have been here 11 months. So Miss Sherry's been here for a long time too, real long time.
Yeah, I think she's right behind me.
Hmm.
Kim's with
Molly,
me and Molly.
Mikey, Lord, Kim Marin, she's been here for a long time.
About the same as me. Gosh, and then there's a lot that's been going too. So, um,
Yeah, yeah. But I'm grateful for all of you, every one of you. What's up, Mikey? So, speaking of which, let's see who we got with us today. Looks like Miss SRB's in the house. Welcome back. Good to see ya. Canadian True Crime Buff. Good to see you here. This is Pepsi Zero, cat lady. It looks like the old school Pepsi's, but it's zero. I can't drink anything with sugar anymore. It tastes gross to me.
all
Um,
right.
it's just oh. And this stuff has a bit of a sweetness to it that I'm a little bit over. Every now and again, I drink that, but this is my. I love the tea.
Does it have the what is it, the sucralose or whatever in it?
Saccharin, it's
Saccharin,
something. It's not.
something.
Yeah, 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 yeah.
Whatever it is they put in diet, that stuff gives me an instant headache.
That's that's sucrose, I think, or saccharin. Saccharin, I
Something
think
like
it
that.
is.
Yeah,
Yeah,
nasty.
I don't like the saccharin stuff. Let's see. Okay, so yeah, SRB, welcome back. Good to see you, Michael 007. Good to have you back, Agent 007. Good to see you. DS, welcome back. Miss Heather, always happy to see you. Noni McPoppin, same for you. Canadian True Crime Buff, again, welcome back. Open Mind Perspective, great to see you. Thanks for joining us. DS, same for you. On the mic, what's up, brother? Why you green? Good to see you. Good to have you here. Miss Erin's here. She's been here for quite a while too. Thank you for joining us today, Erin. Miss Carolyn Miller, good to have you here. Good to see you. V. Oakley, all the way from Cali, or Florida. I always think California for some reason. Anyway, thanks for joining us. Good to see you. Dat Gigi Life, welcome back, darling. Good to see you. Uh, Canadian Cat Lady. Gaya Deguchi, thank you for joining us today. Great to see you. Um,
Eddie, it's because
Danger
I told
Zone.
him I don't have all day. Let's get this show on the road.
Good to see you, Danger Zone. Katie Quarters, welcome back. Great to see you. Thank you for joining us today. Miss Kim Marin, again, good to see you. Thanks for joining us. As you can see, Carolyn, I fixed your account. Deborah Thompson, good to see you. Good to have you here. Um, Life, Love, and True Crime again. Rowena Moses, thank you for joining us. Good to see you. Good to have you here. Looks like we got 87 people in here, guys. We got 36 likes. Please make it match. Please, please, please. These stories are important. I think they are. Nat Cat, welcome back. Great to see you. Thanks for joining us. North Carolina Mountain Man's in the house. What's up, brother? Good to see you. Thanks for being here. Fox Lady from Down Under. Another Aussie in the house. Always happy to see you. Thanks for joining us. Welcome back, CR. Great to see you. Matt Amlo 12. Welcome back, bro. Good to have you here.
Popper.
Gary
That's who I
Epson.
was trying to think of that's been here with you for a long time.
Who?
Popper.
Oh, Popper's been here from day one. The
Yeah.
like absolutely day one. Robert Bell, good to see you, buddy. Good to have you here. Cowboy, welcome back, brother. Good to see you. Doodlebug, Art, thank you for joining us. Great to see you. Great to have you. Always a pleasure. Michelle Mack, welcome back. Always happy to see you. Uh, mm, Miss Charlotte Gross in the house. Good to have you here. We got to make Charlotte a member somehow. Lynn69, always happy to have you. Thank you for joining us. Ronnie Potter, good for you. Good to see you. Good for you. Good to see you. Thanks for
Good for
joining us.
you.
Good for you. That's your name. Miss Rachel Smith in the house. Good to see you, Rachel. Thanks for joining us. Um, Tina B, welcome back. Adilac, same for you. Jazz King, always a pleasure. Thanks for joining us. Tina B, did I already say that? I think I did. Some of you guys get a double up. Of course, the crime time with Mama Bear's in the house. Aren't we lucky, lucky, lucky? Thank you for joining us today, Mama Bear. It is
Absolutely.
appreciated. Kels, thank you for being here, dear. Appreciate you so very much. Great to have you. Great to see you.
Oh, that was nice, Noni.
Looks like Noni just gifted 5 True Crime Cafe memberships. Looks like we got Rowena Moses. Welcome to the family.
Laura.
Lauren Laurent 00. Thank you for being here and thank you for joining the family. Cole the Herd. I haven't seen Cole for a while. I wonder where he's been.
Huh? Chic Antique and Suzanne Seidel.
Yep, yep. Welcome, folks. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Good to have you here. Welcome to the family, guys. It's awesome. And again, thank you so very much for that, Noni. I appreciate you. I really do.
That was awesome.
Salty Sleuth True Crime
Hey,
Time. Thank you
Salty.
for joining us, Salty. M. Cause, Kaleidohope. Good morning. Terry K. Good to have you here. Somebody say hi, Eddie? I thought I saw Eddie in here
Yep,
somewhere.
he's in here.
Where is Mr. Eddie?
He's way up there now.
Let me find you, sir.
Because he said he was early and we were early and
War Eagle. Roll Tide Roll. Speaking of
yes.
which, have arrived. You have. Good. I'm glad you're here. I have a message for you. As soon as I can find you
Thank you,
again.
Kelly Mac.
Oh, that's so awesome of you, Kelly. Thank you so much for that. I do appreciate you so very much. First super sticker of the day. Hey, hey. Yep, yep. Thank you, Kelly. Thank you, thank you. Where did you go now? Jules Raymond, good to see you. Good to have you here. Again, Kaleidohope. If I didn't say it, I think I did. But either way, welcome. Welcome, welcome. Thank you, Heather, for dropping the Amazon wish list. That's pinned in the chat for anybody interested in taking a look at that. I appreciate you so much for that, and appreciate all of you guys that have uh, done things with that. So
Mm-hmm.
very much. Thank you for that as well, Ms. Heather. There's is the links, guys, for anybody that wants to donate to support the channel, to pay the bills, the internet, the live streaming services, all of that stuff. It is appreciated via Pen Pal. My pen
Hey,
pal, guys. You
Hilda.
want my pen pal? Yeah.
Pen
Write me
pal?
a letter.
Hmm.
My pen pal. Yeah. Dipshit. My PayPal, my Cash App, and the Venmo. And I thank you so much for that, folks, for those of you that have donated that. Leslie Densley Watkins, welcome. Is Eddie hiding from me or
Hey,
something?
Leslie. I can see you.
I
Hi,
can't see
Tattletales.
Eddie. Tattletales, good to see you.
Well, I
Where,
had it in.
where are you, Edward? Baba J, good to see you. I'm happy that you made it too,
There
Jules.
he
Great
is.
to see you. Again, I'm not seeing him. Where is that?
Right here. He just said, I'm here.
I, he's not showing up to me. Did you block me, Eddie? Is that what you did?
Well, if I can see it, you should be able to see it.
Oh, there he is.
Hey,
Boom.
Jules.
I found him. Miss Jules is in the house. Good to see you, dear. All right, Edward. And bam. All right. What's going on, Miss Jules? Good to have you. Good to see you. I hope you're doing great today, sis. And thank you for joining us.
Are you using a headset with a separate mic?
I've been
Your
meaning to
headphones?
ask you about that, and I saw you live in it. What was she trying to ask me?
She
Where
said, "Are
were
you
you?
using a headset with a separate mic?" I
Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm sorry. This isn't connected. This is my mic here, and then this is the separate. I don't like those for some reason.
Mine's connected. It's a $20 thing from Amazon. It's just the Logitech cheap
I don't
headphones.
like the. I just don't like. It's uncomfortable for me, and I used to use it. In the very, very beginning.
Mhm.
This is my. I like this better because I can adjust this and move it here or there. And you know what I mean. So.
I think with or I've been told with as soft as I talk, you can hear me better with this than you can my separate mic.
Hmm. Yes, yes, yes. Eddie, do me a favor and type something in the chat for me, my friend, if you will. I just need to check something. Jaylit, good to see you. Thanks for joining us today.
Now, Jules, I do wish this one was wireless, but, for 20 bucks, I'm not gonna complain.
Yeah, me personally, like, so I feel like I burst my mouth. I don't think so. I don't think you're that bad. I really don't. I personally would go with the separate thing. I just can't do it. That's me though. Typing in chat. There you go. All right, brother. Welcome to the team, Eddie. Welcome to the family, brother. Um, it's great to have you here, and I'm sure that you will use it well, my friend.
Congratulations, Eddie.
Appreciate that. Appreciate you. Appreciate you.
Now you have to be
Where?
in
wh-
Discord.
mhm. Also, Jules, if you can, it make sure that you get a if you go with a separate mic, there's a specific kind, and I'll have to send it to you. I can't remember, but there's certain types not to go with because they do nothing but cause static. Horrible. The first one I had, it was a little kit that came with the stand, this, that, and everything else. Oh, it'll be all right, Eddie. No big deal. Um, and I separated it and put it on a boom with the shock thing and all that other stuff, but it's not bad. I like it.
What?
I like it a lot. Yours is loud. Yeah, Mama Bear's always sounds good. It always did. Like
Yeah,
I
now if I
said, and
use my regular mic, it's different. I don't
Jules always has too with the headset thing. So I
Mhm.
don't I don't know. It's up to your preference, I guess. Bonnie Bailey, good to see you. Gypsy, welcome. Good to see you. Sherlock Holmes, welcome. Good to have you here.
Jules, my regular mic, separate from this, is a JLab, and they're supposed to be really good. I think it was $100 or so more
And
for
if
it.
you have the funds for it, I recommend like a Shure mics. Those are great, especially for podcasting and stuff like that. Um, those sound great though. I've known a couple people that use those headsets like that, the Logitech or whatever brand
Mhm.
it is. They sound amazing to me. This
Yeah.
thing here, I have to play with it and do different things and pretend like I'm God, you know. And I have to adjust sounds and volume to this stuff. It is a pain in the behind sometimes, but some of the Shores are expensive. I've seen a couple on sale through Amazon. I think 129, and it was just a
Oh.
standard one. That's cheap. That's cheap.
The 300 or the 179?
The 179,
Oh, I was
300. That's what all the big name people use. The
the big time YouTubers, you know.
Yeah. Yeah, this one is. If I switch the other one, here, let me see if I
Hey,
can do.
Mama Bear always sounds super clear, loud, enough.
Yeah, you don't want me.
Miss Stacy, congrats, welcome. For a month, you were gifted a membership quite a while ago, dear.
Mm.
You are welcome and congrats. And thank you for being here with us. Eddie said, "Where's Mandy Joe? I'll put her in the corner." Bonnie Messick, good to see you. The Linda Lane camera, Mike. Oh, yeah, those are pretty cheap. Maybe I'll just buy a new one of the office one. Instead of trying to be. I mean, yeah, you could. Like I said, this thing here, it was. I think it came in a kit, but it's been pretty good to me. I can't complain. I just don't like having that thing in front of my face. That's my biggest issue with it. Thank you, Miss Heather. Stevie Irwin in the house. Good to see you, brother. Good to see you. Good to see ya. Thanks for joining us. And there is Stevie's channel, guys. If you haven't checked it out, this is a very talented uh Mr. Stevie is super, super talented, by the way. And oh, absolutely, Michael. No worries, brother. Anyway, go check out his channel. Show some love. Subscribe if you haven't, please. You will not be disappointed. Stevie does some really cool stuff. He's working on something for me right now as we speak. So please check it out and show the love there. I appreciate you. As will he. Again, guys, for those of you, speaking of which, here we go. All right. Mr. Dinky's in the house. Good to see you, Dinky. Thank you for joining us, brother. And again, boom. Here we go.
So
All
can you
right,
tell the
Dinky,
difference?
if you what'd you say, hon?
See,
Oh,
can you tell the difference?
uh-huh. Yeah, that's way different.
Yeah.
Is it a side? Is it on the side or in the front that you have to talk into it?
I think right here. Right here's the speaker or mic.
Okay. That's why it sounds like you're far away. Lean into it like this.
Lean into it like this.
Okay. Yeah, I heard you that time.
Sorry if
Welcome.
anybody else had
I don't
headphones
know. I
on.
don't. Here's the thing. I got headphones on, so I don't know where I was going that way because the sound was going with me, whichever direction I went. You know, don't ask me what that was all about. Yeah, it is a big difference. I think it's
And
because the microphone is right there. So
yeah, and I don't know how to play with the gain if that makes a difference or not. So
yes, and Dinky, you are absolutely welcome. No need to thank me. You've earned it, my friend, and I know you'll do well. Appreciate you and welcome to the team as well, my friend. So very much. Miss Crystal, welcome. Good to see you. Thank you, Crystal. Check out Stevie's channel, guys. Telling you right now, he does some great stuff. There's a couple things he did for the True Crime Cafe over there that blew my mind. They are amazing. Go check it out. All right. So we got Stevie, or not Stevie, I'm sorry. Stevie's already a mod. MCAW, good to see you. We got Mr.
congratulations,
Eddie,
Dinky.
One Maiden Nut, and Dinky, new mods in the house. Thank you guys so very much for being part of this team and part of this family. William Tardy, good to see you. Kim O, welcome back. Great peeps in here, guys. Great peeps, great community. Bobby J, good to see you. I think I already said that, but again, thank you for being here, guys. Today we're looking into something that has popped up most recently. It's a little crazy to look at. The Delphi murders, of course, everybody knows what that's all about and what's going on over there, but there's some new information that popped up not too long ago about the possibility of some ritualistic type things going on and the possibility of a cult being involved in that scenario over there. We got some documentation and some stuff to look at with that. Mama Bear and I are going to go over with you and see what you guys think about it. And then on the tail end of that, guys, on the way out, we're going to be talking about, as it says, the Romeoville horror. Very sad situation. An entire family was unalived, including the animals, folks. Unbelievable. So we're going to look at that scenario and see what's going on with that too as well. So thank you all Right, Jules, isn't it though? Isn't it? Right. Um, it makes me wonder about some other things too. Me and Mama Bear were talking about being that it's in such close proximity. The Flora 4 scenario and certain parts of what the ritualistic scenario was about being involved in. Maybe Flora had some involved. There was something possibly involved in that as well, just as a thought. Very crazy stuff, though. Gypsy, it's close to Gypsy. Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry, Crystal. We've had this plan for a little while, so I had no idea.
What's wrong?
That's what I'm saying, Jules. We don't know because of the way the scenario went down. Mama Bear had mentioned that just as a thought, if, the
It's like
fire,
10 minutes from each other.
yeah, actually, Delphi Fire Department responded to Flora. And being that the ritualistic stuff that we were talking about in Delphi, it's listed as Odinism. Okay, and I have some info on that to explain to you guys as well. It's kind of linked with white supremacist groups and so on and so forth. So it made me wonder, just a thought, if there was any possible link to Flora, Very well could be nothing, but being that we don't have too many answers in Flora, I kind of thought maybe. Evie Marie, good to see you. It's just something to think about. Thank you again, Miss Heather, for that. I appreciate you. Because I still am not accepting the fact that Flora was just an accident. Woman Power 101, good to see you. 137 awesome people here, guys. We got 73 likes. Let's try to make this match. Let's get this out in the algorithm. This new info on Delphi is something that really needs to be looked into by everyone, in my opinion, because it's definitely crazy stuff. And like I said, Mama Bear put together some documents this morning and last night. We're going to look into that. I'm going to give you guys some definition on this Odinism. We're going to look at too and see if any of it makes sense, if any of it fits. Sooner Girl, good to see you. Thanks for joining us today. Wow, these numbers are jumping all over the place. Did you notice that? It was like 170 something, then it was 130, then it's 140, and then it's all like, where are you going? Thank you so much, CR, for that super sticker. I appreciate you so much. And guys, if you will, on your way in the door, if you haven't yet, please leave me a little bit of DNA on that like button as you come in the door. And if you don't mind, after the show's over, just leave a comment out there and let me know what you think. Good or bad, you're not going to hurt my feelings. I need to know what you feel about the show and how we do things here. So please leave a comment. And YouTube likes to see that too. For whatever reason, they want to know what you guys think. So please, if you will, if you can remember to. Thank you, Stevie.
Hey,
Jump into
Stevie.
sauce. Good to see you here, buddy.
Yeah.
Appreciate
Long
all
time
your
no
hard
see.
work. Noni McPoppins, good to see you as well. Did you see what she said? The Delphi docs are gonna make me have to get a new case of Snickers sooner than my usual shipment, right? Miss Zelda's in the house. Good to see you, Zelda. Thanks for joining us, and thank you for that as well. Yes, guys, we appreciate you guys all coming on in here to hang out with us. So very much, more than you know. And it means a lot. And I appreciate this community for being who they are. Every one of you guys, I appreciate you just for being you. It does.
Everybody's gonna be craving Snickers now.
Mm-hmm. Snickers satisfies. They do sound. I love the Snickers with almonds. Those are my favorites. Oh my god, I love those.
I don't know if I've had those.
Oh, well, basically, what
Snickers.
it is. What do you remember the Mars bars?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that's all it is. They just Mars disappeared Good to see you, Gemini. And then all of a sudden, Snickers comes out with a Snickers with almonds. It's the same thing. It tastes exactly the same to me.
Kind of like the Almond Joy in the Mounds. One has almonds and one doesn't.
One don't. Mounds or Almond Joy has nuts. Mounds don't. Yeah, Mars were good, but if you eat a Snickers with almonds, it's the same damn thing, guys. I'm telling you.
Oh, Milky Way is yeah. Yeah.
Okay, good. That's a crime. That's a crime to me. So we're gonna talk about it right now.
What?
What the hell? Why do people like Milky Ways and Three Musketeers? There's nothing in it.
I guess it's not Milky Way. It's Three Musketeers. Sorry.
That's worse. That's worse.
I don't know. It's like I don't know.
Me too.
It's good though.
Gypsy. She said Milky Way. It does. Milky Way makes me sick too. I don't know why. Zero bar. What the hell is a zero bar, Danger? Zero bar?
Mhm. I've never had one, but I've heard of them. Thank you, Jesse. I knew somebody was.
There's Jesse. Good to see you, dear. Nougat.
Oh, see,
It's
and
not.
Evie.
It's too fluffy.
And I think that's it.
MK.
It's like
Good
a
to see you.
chocolate mousse kind of. I don't know.
Yeah. No,
And I
there's nothing to
love
it.
chocolate mousse.
Zagnut. Oh wow, William, that's an old one.
Yeah.
All Reese's. Oh, see, everybody likes Reese's. What's up, MK? Good to see you. Law enforcement has known this for 6 years, and this is what they do with information. Nothing. That's a good point. It's a
Yeah.
good point. That's why we're talking about it today. Wait, 0000. Is zero the white candy bar?
Let me see if I can find a picture.
I think it is. It comes on like a blue wrapper, blue and silver, maybe.
It's like a gray with white and blue
Okay.
lettering. Yeah, it's a white candy bar.
Okay. Then I do know what you're talking about then. Good stuff. I'm over here
Combination of
eating it.
caramel, peanut, and almond nougat covered with a layer of white chocolate fudge. Ew.
Yeah, those aren't bad. I'm not a fan of white chocolate, but those aren't bad.
Me
What
neither.
is a cherry mash?
Huh?
That's new for me.
Cherry mash?
Never heard of it.
Is that even in the United States?
Never heard of it. Jennifer, good to see you. Thank you guys all so much. We're almost there, guys. We got 147 people with 90 likes. We can do this. Yes, we
Come
can.
on, guys.
What's up, Alexis? Good to see you. You don't like peanut butter? Oh
Who, what?
my God.
I mean, I don't sit there and eat spoonfuls of it, but I mean,
Oh my God.
it's
How?
a giant cherry cordial. Okay.
Oh wow.
I love toffee, by the way. That's another one that's my favorite is the Heath bar.
Mm.
Snickers with almonds, the Heath bar, and whatchamacallits are my favorite candy bars, period. Whatchamacallit is my absolute favorite. I'll be honest with you.
Snickers, Reese's,
I like Reese
Three
cups too.
Musketeers.
I used to do that too, Gypsy. Spoonfuls. It's good for protein.
Anything with chocolate.
War Eagle says, I will eat them all. Chunky. Remember the chunky bars? The little square ones? One had nuts in it, and I think one had like raisins in it or something. How are you doing that? I have a same way I can do this too.
I like all sorts of candy bars. Yum, yum, yum.
No, I don't remember those.
And I can do this too. You don't
Remember Chunkies?
Okay,
It was just a little square thing, and it had 4 little blocks, and it was called Chunky because it was about that thick.
Yeah, I'm looking at a picture of it, but I don't.
Oh my! There was a silver one and a gold one. I think the silver one had nuts, and yeah, and then the gold one had both. I think. Ghirardelli. That's what my wife likes. MK. You gotta remember Chunky. They still make them, yeah.
That
Right here. Yeah, those are it. What the hell's those? I've never seen red and orange. What are those? Down at the
these
bottom here.
nuts, Mr. Beast.
Never heard of that.
Which ones?
These 4 down at the bottom here. The
Oh.
red chunky and the orange chunkies. What the hell are those?
Yeah.
What does it say is in them?
Milk chocolate with peanuts.
Mm-hmm.
I can't read the rest of it. There we go. Peanuts and raisins.
Yep,
Oh.
that's it. Yep, those are the York peppermint patties. It's like biting into whatever ski trip they went on that week. Yeah. I like
That
dark
was the
chocolate too.
orange.
Anybody ever had, yes, the whatchamacallit. Anybody ever had the dark chocolate
Ooh.
with what the hell was that? It was a specialized candy bar that came from Germany. Twix. I like Twix too. I'm not a fan of raisins either, Dipsy.
This would
I think
never
that-
get built.
No,
Kit Kat.
I like Kit Kats too.
I'd be eating them all before it got
Yes,
built.
that wouldn't make it through my house either. Tammy, good to see you. Kalida Hope. I didn't say hi. Welcome everybody. It's great to have you guys here. We got 165 people, 96 likes. We're getting there slowly but
Come
surely.
on, 4 more.
We'll get there,
Come
guys.
on.
We'll get there. What do you call it, Dago? Whatchamacallit. I'll show you something that I probably shouldn't, but 1 second.
Hiya, Linz. What? Shrinkflation? Shrinkflation? I don't mind dark chocolate, but I can't eat a lot of it because it's just too rich. Aw, Kelly.
What's the matter?
She said, not too many candy bars I haven't tried. LMAO, been a fat girl from birth, LOL. Aw.
Oh, nonsense. Somebody else I just saw.
For my British people in here, what are the orange and chocolate large round balls with the tin foil on them?
They have like hazelnuts in them. Those are good. Those are good. My wife likes those. Dark chocolate gives you migraines. That's too much caffeine.
I got you, Kelly. No, okay. I was like, shrinkflation. What is shrinkflation? Product sizes getting smaller, but prices not decreasing. Got it now. Ferrero Rocher.
Yep, those are pretty. My wife loves those.
Is that the North Carolina Mountain Man? Is that what you were talking about? Chocolate orange?
They probably have that orange flavor to them. Yes.
Orange flavored chocolate.
This
Ooh.
bean, which is your bag of chips.
Mm.
Nobody will be eating lunch today.
Since we were talking about food, Kraft just recalled their cheese slices because of choking and gagging hazard. Excuse me. What?
Really? Chew your food.
Right.
Just saying, like, that's weird.
Kim said, drop it, Dago, creeping me.
Right.
Caroline thought your hand was bleeding.
No, it's that realistic though. my wife got out the Halloween stuff. That started, so it's you guys should feel it. It feels like real skin. It's pretty weird. She said, "Drop it."
Yeah, Doritos count as chips. Why wouldn't they count as chips? That's craziness.
No problem, Heather. Got to hand it to me. That's right. That's right. Yes. 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 The defense document in Delphi case. Yes, it is salty. Duty Basic, good to see you, dear. Thanks for being here. Appreciate you. You're creeping me out. It's that time of year, guys. I love it. Hershey's Kisses. The only ones of those that I like are the ones that have the I love almonds and candy with almonds. I can't get over the whole crap thing. This one, no, but I do know how to make this stuff. Like I said, it's
Hello, Iris.
foam latex. It's very realistic. See, how everything bends.
Ooh, bonbons. I remember those way back.
Not that hard stuff. You shake hands,
My mom
how
would
it
hide
always-
them in the freezer.
I love almonds. I really do. I could eat those every day, all day. Cadbury eggs. I can't get past the stuff in the middle of them, Bonnie. I can't. Yes, yes, William. I love the wasabi almonds. Oh my God, I love those. I go through those a lot.
Ew, I don't like blueberries.
You don't like blueberry flavoring?
Mm-mm. I don't like blueberry anything.
What is wrong with you?
Mm.
Blueberry's amazing, especially their donuts.
I can do strawberry, I can do cherry, but I can't do blueberries.
Cheetos. I don't
Ew,
know.
I'm with you, Jesse. Yep, I'm
Those
with
gotta
you.
be-
Um,
Peeps. Who does like Peeps? Come on.
mm,
Every Easter when I was a kid, you'd get like 15 Peeps in there, and they would just sit there, and they get harder and harder because I would never eat those, and then they would go in the garbage. My kids, actually, my daughter likes them. They got new flavors of those now. They're weird.
yeah,
Like
they still
sour
taste like.
Peeps, watermelon Peeps. They're just.
Oh, Kim, Caroline, what? The only good ones
Only
stay
good
up.
ones
Oh,
stay.
Kelly.
She's actually right. The ones that I have eaten, they taste better when they're stale.
I can't even remember the last time I had a peep, and it was just gross.
We have a place out this area. Well, it's a ways from here. It's called White House Farms. Anybody that's from Northeast Ohio has to know where I'm talking about. They make homemade donuts every day, all day long. Okay. And they make a blueberry donut that is. I can't explain it, how good it is.
Right,
Of course,
Bobby?
Bobby. That's what happens in here. We talk about food. Oh, don't go there, Carolyn. Don't go there.
Uh-oh.
Don't go there. I'm not even going to look at it. That's my favorite thing in the entire world is pecan pie. Especially my wife's. I love it.
Hey, Judy.
Peeps in a vodka cocktail. That's weird.
My sister-in-law makes, what is it? Bacon wrapped water chestnuts?
Yes. Brandy makes those. Those are so good.
Yeah, I can do that.
Those are so good.
Yeah.
So good.
Echo sits there and just pops them and pops them, pops them.
It's the texture and the flavor with the crunch and all of it together. It's just amazing. I love it.
It's so bad for you, though. I guess it depends on how you make it, but the recipe I had was like, I was like, what? This is not good for
Okay,
you.
Kelly. Yeah, we're very close. Very close. About 4, well, depending on how close to Cincinnati you are, about 4 hours probably. Tiramisu. Come on, Jennifer. What are you doing? Stop it now. Yes, the water wrapped chestnuts are amazing. I did not think because I don't like water chestnuts by themselves.
Yeah, I was gonna
I
say,
never did.
I don't think I could do them by themselves, but with them wrapped in bacon, with
Yes.
the the sugar
Everything.
coating
Everything.
thing on it.
Yes. Yes. Because there's like a brown sugar glaze that you
Mm-hmm.
put on it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Everything is better with bacon, folks. We know this already.
Yeah. Does
Tell me
anybody
anybody
not?
that doesn't like bacon, and I'll send the crazy police to you because that doesn't make sense to me. Oh, Shelly, you go to White House too? Every week. Oh my God, it's an awesome place. I love it. Their donuts, then you know what I'm talking about, Shelly.
Gypsy's on her way to
And the
Dairy
butter.
Queen.
Sorry,
Jennifer,
Gypsy.
we're never going to get to
Chris
the
and
topic.
Chris. What did she say? Cannolis. What is wrong with you?
As I said, we're never going to get to the topic at this rate if she keeps it up.
Yes, the donuts. Shelly goes because of the donuts. Explain the donuts, Shelly. The donuts, I've never had anything that good in my life. They have their blueberry donuts. They have a cherry. They got all these flavors, but the homemade, they're cake donuts too. They're so amazing. Even vegetarian bacon kind of I mean, I don't know. I can handle turkey bacon. I don't know about vegetarian bacon. No, they don't, Eddie. They're like they taste like crispy pieces of air, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
They're I don't know. I think they're anything they go in, it's for texture, I think. Danger Zone said Delphi chocolate sweets treat stream. Right. We gotta rename it.
Bonnie Bonnie said that's how I used to get a man. Dab a little bacon grease behind your ears. Oh, Bonnie.
I love Baby Ruth. Baby Ruths are
Alexa
good
said
too.
her husband hates bacon. Almost had to divorce him. How does he hate bacon? I don't
Oh
understand.
my goodness. Somebody just sent me something in email. That is hilarious. So I'm gonna repeat this. I'm not gonna give the person's name. Jennifer, come on now. What is wrong with you? I'm done. We're done, guys. Today is great stream, folks. Loved being here with you guys. I'll talk to you guys tomorrow. Bye bye. Manicotti, my ass. You can't do that in here.
Right? I made that one.
Bacon cologne
Long
danger.
time ago.
Dan, what do you mean bacon cologne? I love eating it. I don't want to smell like it.
Yeah.
That's weird.
Well, that's what Bonnie was saying. Bacon cologne. That's how she would get a man. Dab some bacon grease behind her ear.
Okay then.
You have no sense of humor.
Oh, I do. I do.
Hmm.
I mean,
Just ignore him, Bonnie.
that was funny. It was funny. Is not eating bacon what drove Brian Kober to go mad? It's very possible that he was not allowed to have bacon, and since he was a vegan, very possible. So,
Bacon tacos. That's interesting.
today is about candy bars, so I thought you would like to know how we got Baby Ruth candy bar. One day, Mr. Goodbar went to the powerhouse on 5th Street or 5th Avenue to see Mrs. Hershey. As he unwrapped her mounds and started filling her Reese cups, he said, "This is pure almond joy." 9 months later, we got Baby Ruth. Thank you, dear. I'm not saying who that was, but thank you for that. That was very cute. Appreciate that.
That was cute.
That was cute. Wow.
Oh, the taco is made out of bacon.
What taco?
Bacon tacos.
That's a lot. That's
I
great.
thought they just meant, instead of hamburger, bacon tacos.
If you make chicken tacos
not.
with a bacon taco shell, that'd be awesome. Thank you for that joke, dear. That was cool. I loved it.
Tacos.
All right, Cowboy. Thank you for jumping in, brother. Hope to see you soon. Noni said, "Can y'all imagine if we all ever got together? We'd run Peeps out of a restaurant." Yeah, we'd have to go to a buffet. That's no lie. Kyla Delilah, good to see you. Bernadette Thomas, thanks for joining us. My wife likes those too, the plain Hershey bar. She doesn't like anything that has nuts in it at all. So liver mush is better than
Ew.
bacon.
There's something
Liver,
wrong with you, hon.
I've had cornmeal mush, but I can't handle liver. So, and Dinky, what
Mm.
are you talking about? No, no, no.
No.
Okay, well, you fixed the whole hungry thing for me right there. We're done.
Bacon
I'm good.
grilled cheese. Now that sounds good.
It is good. I've made that.
Oh, you weave the bacon and use it for bread? Huh?
hmm
Oh, that's just talking about bread and bacon
That's a
and cheese
keto.
and
It's a keto secret.
huh.
Jennifer, she's killing me. I'm gonna have to like bounce her out of here, time her out, because she keeps talking
Yeah.
about all these amazing things, you know. Oh, Jen, liver's so gross. I can't
Yeah.
do it. I
Oh,
can't do it.
Kim.
Mm-mm. Mm-mm.
Okay,
Maybe
we need to move
maybe
on now.
you guys went down the nasty road there.
Yeah.
We are having a conversation. Yeah. Liver and onions with mashed potatoes. I don't know how to fix it, but I know how to fix it. You throw it in the garbage can.
Mm-hmm.
That's how you fix that.
Yeah. My mom used to fix oysters soup when we were kids, and it would just stink up the whole house.
Oyster soup.
Mm-hmm.
That's different. I've never heard of it. I like oysters, but
Yeah. Don't ask me. I don't know because it was smelled
I've
bad.
always
Wasn't gonna try it.
fish tacos are good. I've always wanted to try, what is it called? It's a UK thing. Blood sausage.
Ew, I don't like sausage, so
I've always wanted to try it.
I've had blood oranges.
It's a little different.
Yeah.
Seaweed called lava bread. I've heard of that, Kyla.
Hmm. Echo like seaweed, dried like what is it? Freeze dried seaweed.
Like kale.
Mm.
I
I
don't
just buy
know.
it from the grocery store. I don't eat it.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, blood sausage. Ew. It just doesn't.
I've always wanted to try it.
Yes, to eat sardines from a can. Oh,
I
okay.
like those too. The Brunschweiger is liverwurst, so I like Braunschweiger. You don't like cheese, Dinky? Black pudding, same thing. Blood pudding, black pudding. I've been told, yeah. Blood sausage, black pudding. I believe they're the same things. Tea and crumpets,
Yeah, KFC's crap now.
chocolate gravy. Yeah, KFC went downhill bad. Black
Yeah.
pudding.
We usually go to Popeyes, or there's another place that's new here in Indiana that, at least in around by me, I think it's called Carl's
Sure.
Chicken or something like that.
We have a Church's, Popeyes, KFC, and
The only,
I think that's all we have.
the only place I know of a church is in the ghetto. I'm not going to churches. Canes. Yes, Shelley.
Canes,
Thank you.
Canes,
Chicken.
Canes. Yes,
Carl's
Canes.
Canes.
We have a Canes here too. That's actually pretty good. I feel the same way, Bernadette. Cheese is part of my. I love cheese. Bojangle. Oh yeah. We have a Bojangles too.
I don't think we have
It's
one
up
of those.
more. It's up towards Akron.
If we do, it's something new, and it's probably in Avon because everything right here is just exploding. So
Leslie said in Germany, blood sausage is made from pigs. It's called blood. Yeah. I don't think it's the same thing I want then. Scottish eggs. What are Scotch eggs? I've heard that before. Pierogies. Yes, Bobby. I love those. We make those.
yeah, We got a Chick-fil-A.
I don't like Chick-fil-A. People think I'm nuts. Minestrone,
I
yes,
don't care
Jennifer.
for it either.
Cane's
Ew,
was good.
pot pies is nasty.
I'm not a huge fan of Popeyes either.
Really?
Yeah, a lot of people think I'm nuts. What's up, all things silver? Bojangles is good. Sausage wrapped egg. Okay, that sounds pretty good. I love pickled eggs. Yes, Michael. I do. I could eat those. I love the hell out of those, actually.
Oh, you were gonna say pickled pig's feet.
I've had that. It's not bad.
No, thank you.
I've had a lot of this kind of stuff. Chitlins, that's not bad. Oh, baklava, yes. I like that. What is white pudding? I was going to ask that question myself. Okay, so I opened the wrong email.
Oh, that's a good thing, Dinky. I don't care for
Yeah,
McDonald's
I don't
anymore.
care for it either anymore. It's gotten really bad for you. It tears up my stomach too.
Well, not only
Kim said,
that,
"How
but
the
it
hell do
doesn't.
you wrap a?"
McDonald's food doesn't rot. So, how do you what?
Kim said, "How the hell do you wrap a sausage around an egg?"
What are you
That's a
talking
good point.
about?
That's what a Scotch egg is. It's a sausage
Oh,
wrapped egg. How the hell do you wrap a sausage around an egg? That's great. It's probably like
ah,
pieces, like slivers of it, Kim.
mm-hmm.
Yeah, Chick-fil-A is not good for you guys. Flat round sausage. That's what I figured.
I saw a video where Chick-fil-A has 40 plus chemicals in chicken. Oh,
Oh, oatmeal and suet. Okay, I see what you're talking about. That wouldn't be bad.
I like that chemo. I love hard-boiled eggs.
Me too, especially when they're pickled like that. Ground sausage. Okay,
No, I don't want to ruin it. Pickle it. Why is
it's
everybody got to
awesome
do stuff to things and make it just
because it tastes better.
no?
Don't die. I've said, have y'all lost your mind?
Yeah, I think so.
It takes one person to start talking about food, and it just goes that
Well, it
way.
started out with chocolate candy, and then it just
I know McDonald's is just gross. I watched a documentary on McDonald's one time about some kind of thing they have to do to their meat to make it edible, basically, and I was like, I'm good after that. Nope.
yeah. Well, that's like a friend of mine told me. She's like, everybody thinks Subway's so healthy, but if I tell you, I was like, don't tell me.
Yeah.
Just
Nope. That's the way I
but
am too.
don't need to know. What I don't know won't hurt
What's
me
up?
that I'm
Don't
aware of.
dive. Thank you for joining us, dear. The Raging Cajuns in the house. Now, I'd like to go down there and eat some of the stuff they have down there where she's from. I'm telling you, that's where the food's at, folks. That's where those donuts were that I was telling you about that they make down in New Orleans. Um, they start with a B, and I can never remember it, but I want one so bad from down there. And that and coffee, they're so good. Um, I don't know if it's New Orleans or if it's just Louisiana, period, but they make these specialty donuts. I think it's a French name. It starts with a B, and they look so damn good.
What be?
But yes, Noni, that's it. That's
McDonald's
it.
has a percentage number of allowable human meat. Excuse me. I read
What
that
did you
right.
just? No.
Here.
Um. Nah, I can't. Yes, that's it. That's it. Don't die. Beignets. Oh my God, those look so good. Golf inspector, good to see you, dear. Yes, beignets. I think I'm saying it right. Beignets or something like that. What are grits? Grits are made from corn. What's that other thing? It's bigger that you get. People eat it out of a can. Hominy.
Hmm.
They ground it up and make it. It's like a cream of wheat almost type thing. Dinky.
It was
That's
like an oatmeal kind of something.
Beignets are like a round ball of a funnel cake. They're so damn. They look so good. My uncle has had them and said they're amazing. All right, let's get this show on the road. I'm gonna end up eating my arm here in a minute,
Mm.
or at least trying to. What did I just do? I didn't just do that. I did.
What did you do?
One moment.
That's really disturbing about the human meat.
Yeah, I'm
That's
completely off with that now.
well, Sooner girls said they heard it too.
Yeah, that's I've heard about certain places allow so much for like rat droppings and stuff like that,
And
but not human meat. I've never heard that one before.
red dye is made out of ants. Oh my goodness gracious!
I've heard that. I've heard that.
Gypsy said we've been talking about food for a damn hour.
I'm trying to move forward
See?
right now. Right now. I'm gonna give you guys this update, and then we're gonna go on with it. And welcome to everybody that just jumped in. It's great to have you all here.
Yikes!
I know one thing, I won't be eating McDonald's anytime. I like McDonald's breakfast foods still, some of it, but
I don't like McDonald's unless I'm like out somewhere and it's late and I don't want to go home and try and, find something to eat and fix it and, it's right there. I'll drive through real quick, but it's like literally once a year
mhm.
because after I don't know if it was my kids or a friend's kids did an experiment and they left the food over the summer in the classroom just out in the open and it never
Mhm.
rotted.
Over the summer,
Hmm.
it didn't rot.
Mm-mm.
See, that's not normal,
Right?
guys. That's not normal.
No.
That's not normal.
There goes back to clip.
Oh god, Chris, I'm so sorry. There,
What?
I'm fasting. This isn't helping.
Oh no.
Right.
Sorry. All right. We'll move
Moving
on.
on, Miss Girl, good to see you. Yes, the Egg McMuffin is something I absolutely love, Mr. Girl. I don't care what anybody says about it. I love it. I do. Yeah, there's a lot of things that we eat and drink that we shouldn't. You can clean a battery with Coca-Cola and it
Mhm.
works, or the rust off your bumper. I mean, or somebody in here just said it helps with toilet hard water stains, and we drink that.
Yep.
I mean,
Yep.
kind of scary, folks. Kind of scary.
Well, and that's like menthols. I don't know if it's true or not, but they say that, or used to say that they would crystallize in your lungs.
They do because it's fiberglass.
Hmm.
The filters are made from fiberglass, and I smoked Newports like long, long time ago, and I haven't had bread pudding in years, Bonnie. That's crazy. But yeah,
And I was like, oh.
I got bronchitis one year. I was probably early 20s when I was smoking those. I got bronchitis and I was coughing real bad, and little bits of blood was coming up. And I said, "Well, we're done with the menthol cigarettes."
Should have been done with
Bug
cigarettes.
juice. Oh, wait! You can clean brass fittings with bug juice. Are you kidding me? My granddaughter loves that stuff.
Bug juice. Oh, that. Oh. Okay. I had to think about
Numi
it.
said, "I think it was subliminal when Dago named his channel the True Crime Cafe. Maybe that's where that comes from. It does make sense." Welcome to the cafe, folk. Welcome to Food and Junkies and Crime. Yes. Cool menthol. Oh, Kells. Those are like smoking pine trees. Chris
Yikes.
says, I say put the Coke back in Coke. Yeah. I'm glad you don't smoke them anymore, Heather, because they're bad. They're bad, bad, bad. We called it that. It's like Kool-Aid.
Yeah, I
Casey.
think I remember what it was. It's kind of like we had something called jugs. I think we can get it at the dollar store. They're just like a little tiny little jug of
Yep.
nasty juice.
Hugs. We have hugs,
Or maybe it's hugs.
but they're sugar free. They're supposed to
I
be
don't know.
sugar free. They taste gross. The kids loved them, but Mad
Mm.
Honey, no, never heard of that. I used to be addicted to Mountain Dew. I know what that's all about.
Yep, I was too, and I ended up with 16 cavities, acid reflux, and I couldn't
Yeah.
sleep, and I'm a narcoleptic, so what did I tell you?
Because it's nothing but pure caffeine and sugar. Hug a jugs. All right, Mikey. I know
Yeah,
where you're at,
Mikey.
Mikey. Mikey needs a girlfriend.
Seriously, or just a sugar mama or something.
Mm-hmm. I've seen that too, Sooner. Yeah, I don't drink it very. I go through spurts while I crave like Pepsi Zero or something here and there. Mostly it's this unsweetened tea stuff though,
I
and
stick with my
coffee.
Sprite.
Yeah. Brian Hoffman, what's up, bro guy? Good to see you,
Hey,
buddy.
Brian.
Mikey. Mountain Man. Yeah, I love some jugs.
Oh, Mikey,
I
Mikey.
think most people, yeah. All right, folks. I have an addiction to coffee too. A bad one.
I like sweet tea. I think it's Walmart carries a decaffeinated sweet tea, which isn't bad. Because I have to watch the caffeine. Aw, William, that was sweet. Gemini,
say?
Liz, Marina Girl, Red Riding Hood, and Jody were all gifted a membership.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm.
Who did that?
William Tardy.
Thank you, Will. Appreciate you, brother. So very much. Yay. All right.
Yes, Doodlebug, Blue Diamond sweet tea. And Milo's, I've had that too.
Red Diamond. Red Diamond sweet tea. That's what they get. It comes
Red
from
Diamond.
down south. What's up, Cammy Q? Good to see you, dear. Yes. Peaches 81, welcome. Put some pinto beans on. That sounds really good, actually. I could go for some.
All right, let's go for some Delphi updates.
That's what we're doing right now. Here we go. All right. We got 147 people in here. Thank you all so much for joining us today. I appreciate you guys.
Yes, thank
And
you.
like I said, I'm going to show you a couple of videos here, and then we're going to get into some documents real quick. And I'm going to show you guys what this is all about, what they're talking about. So
claims are being reported in the murders of two young girls in Delphi, Indiana. We want to warn you, this is a very disturbing report. The attorney for the only
all right, guys, I'm throwing a trigger warning up just in case this were to upset anybody. If you feel like you're going to be uncomfortable, feel free to step out here just for a few moments. Don't worry, nobody's going to judge you about it, any of that. So please, if it's something that you're not comfortable with, don't worry about it. You can step out for a minute.
suspect in custody claims the teens were sacrificed in a bloody ritual by members of a pagan religion who were also white nationalists. The report comes from TV station WLFI in excerpts taken from newly released court documents. Now, those documents were filed by the alleged killer's attorneys. There are also new details about the crime scene. The court filing says sticks were arranged on the girls' bodies and a letter was painted on a nearby tree in blood. The document identifies 4 people as suspects, none of whom have been arrested or charged in the case. The defense attorneys filed the documents to try to get the judge to throw out a key piece of evidence. They claim a search of the suspect's home was unconstitutional. A firearm belonging to the suspect was retrieved, and it matches a shell casing found at the scene of the murders. Scott?
All right, well, there's that one there. And again, like somebody else had stated in here, this is something that was kind of known about for quite a long time and didn't do much with it. So,
Which I don't understand why they didn't. It's ridiculous.
Nope. One moment here. All right.
It was an unseasonably warm February day in 2017 in the small rural town of Delphi, Indiana, a place where everyone knows each other and they look out for each other. It's not a place where you worry when your teenage kids decide to go on an adventure. So when Abby Williams and her best friend Libby German decided to go on a hike near the Monon High Bridge in the middle of the day.
All right, Brian, welcome to the family, brother. Good to have you here. Good to see you. Thanks you for that. Appreciate you.
No one thought it was dangerous, but when Libby and Abby did not show up when they were supposed to get picked up, their families began to worry and they began to search. Then the next day, the worst news possible. The bodies of these two girls were found, both victims of murder. After 5 frustrating years, this man, Richard Allen, was arrested for killing both girls. Allen admitted being in the area that day, and prosecutors say a bullet found at the scene was forensically connected to his gun. One problem: Abby and Libby were not shot. And now we're learning a lot more about the murders through documents filed in court by Allen's attorneys. Information that the defense suggests shows ritualistic killings connected to Odinism, an ancient Nordic religion allegedly followed by some local white nationalists. They also say there is no way one man could have pulled off this double murder. Tonight, we examine the scene of the murders, the clues left behind, and the evidence connected to the victims as we continue to investigate the Delphi murders. I'm Vinny Politan. Thank you so much for joining us tonight. Another big hour here as we take a closer look at the Delphi murders. So much more information now coming to light through these papers that were filed by the defense. But let's remind you, this crime scene, absolutely brutal. Brutal. If you're a family member, one of the parents, grandparents, loved ones of these two girls, you have to be absolutely horrified about what has now become publicly revealed and is part of this case. But the defense is saying everything that is being revealed helps them, proves that someone else is responsible for this, not Richard Allen, the man who's been accused. So the question really is for everyone involved, and ultimately for those 12 jurors who will make the decision here and tell us what happened, what does the evidence say? What does this evidence mean? Evidence speaks, not literally, but it tells a story. And when this becomes a murder trial, which it's on its way to being a trial, that evidence has to tell the story. And will this story be that Richard Allen is the one responsible, or is the story, wait a minute, this doesn't look like Richard Allen did it. This looks like something completely different. And tonight we're going to look at this evidence and try to figure out what it's telling us now, what we are learning and what has been revealed. One of the questions that the defense is throwing out there is was this a one-man job? And they're saying no, that everything suggests that it could not have been Richard Allen alone committing this crime. Now, they're not conceding that he's there and he got a helper. No, they're saying completely different people, a different group is responsible. But you have to look at all the facts at the scene and the circumstances surrounding what happened to Abby and Libby that day. And could one man by himself pull this off? We're going to address that question tonight on this program. Also, and this is looming large, and we'll be continuing to talk about this every time we talk about the cases, was this a ritualistic killing? Was this some sort of bizarre ritual that took place that day? And is it connected to Odinism, a word that was 1,000% foreign to me till about, just over 24 hours ago? Now we know it's this ancient Nordic religion that, according to the defense, has been hijacked by white nationalists, a group, and specifically some that are in Indiana, that this is somehow a racial, some sort of racist killing of these two girls? How do those pieces fit together? Does it fit together? And there's always two ways to look at this, and I want you to remember this always when the defense is putting out an alternative theory. Look at their theory and then just flip it on its head and imagine if what the defense is saying is the prosecution's case. And if what the prosecution is saying is the defense case, right? Because that's what would happen. If you turned around and as prosecutors, you went after the people that the defense says are responsible, is there more evidence against them? Or if that was the case, would you be looking at Richard Allen and saying, well, wait a minute, what about this guy, Richard Allen? That's the way I always analyze this. And I do that because I'm concerned about the truth. A defense attorney, that's not their job. Their job is to put the prosecution to the test to make sure they prove their case beyond any reasonable doubt. But in terms of proving things and raising, they just raise doubts. That's part of their job, is to say there's reasonable alternative explanations. But are they better explanations than for what the prosecution is alleging? And how reasonable are they when you really look at them? And that's part of the analysis. Now, I don't know what the truth is here because we haven't seen all the evidence, but we now, tonight, as we sit here, have been privy to a lot more than we were before the defense filed these papers and it was released. So I want to start here because this is extremely significant to me, which is what the victims looked like at the scene and what was with them. Because a lot of this, the defense says, and this is their theory again, that it's ritualistic, that it shows that something was done here purposely and there's some message that is left behind at the scene. So let's take a look, based upon what the defense has filed here, what they are saying Abby and Libby appeared to look like. Now they have Libby lying flat on her back, left arm stretched above her head, touching the base of the large tree. Now, what you're looking at, this depiction, is what we put together based upon this memorandum. This actual image that you're looking at right now is not something that is part of any filing by anyone. We here at Closing Arguments, based upon this description, have put this together. Libby's right arm was placed along the side of her body. A large branch was placed on her left shoulder. The branch extended above Libby's head and below her legs. Two smaller branches formed a V where her legs joined. Both sides of the V extended upwards towards Libby's head. The branch extended across Libby's body on a line from her right shoulder to her left shoulder. Now, Abby. Just feet away from Abby, at an angle, Abby's legs are feet away from Libby's legs, their heads just a few feet apart. Abby was on her back. Elbows were bent with her arms placed on her chest. Abby's left hand and arm near the left side of her face, right hand and arm near the right side of her face. Okay, there, a little bit of interpretation, however you interpret that. That's how we are, but it could be different, but it's something like that, I would think. Abby's left leg was straight while her right leg was bent at the knee. Her bent right leg was under her left leg. 3 tree branches were placed on top of Abby in the shape of an asterisk. Above Abby's head, smaller sticks placed over her hair, crudely mimicking horns or antlers. So again, looking at this, we put that together based upon the description I read to you. Now, what I read to you is directly from the papers filed by the defense. So this is what they are alleging the evidence says, based upon information they've gotten from investigators and the prosecution. So let's talk some more about this. Joining us right now in studio, co-host and producer of Down the Hill, the Delphi Murders podcast, and Court TV senior writer Barbara McDonald is with us. Barbara, let's start here, okay? You've seen different depictions of those stick formations that everyone's talking about now, these stick formations on the 2 girls. What have you seen? And let's begin with Abby.
All right, so I've been hearing about these stick formations and this image on the tree for a very long time, and very different characterizations than what's in this memorandum. Sources close to the investigation have provided me with drawings of what they say those images look like, the arrangement of those sticks. So let's start with the one of Abby, and it shows 3 sticks. Now, we have not placed her body here because this is how it was provided to me. We don't know exactly what the positioning on top of her was like, but this is supposed to be a representation of what the image looked like, the way the sticks were formed. Now let's put up the image from Libby. And there's 5 sticks involved here by my count. And you can look at these and decide if they look like something to you or look like they're randomly placed. I have spoken to many investigators who were on the scene at the time who say the assumption was they were randomly placed. They did not see a pattern. They didn't see intentionality there. The other interesting thing about these sticks, they did not collect them when they collected evidence from the crime scene.
Whoa, slow down. Sticks are placed on the bodies of the 2 victims here, and they're not collected as evidence?
They were not collected as evidence until several weeks later, conceivably when this Odinism stuff started to arise within the investigation, and they went back to try to collect those sticks. Now, the other thing we have an image of is what was depicted on the tree. And it's described in this memorandum as being the letter F, a rune painted in blood.
Blood, right?
That was tested according to the memo. It's Libby's blood, according to the memo.
That's what the defense is saying.
Yes. I have not heard that part of it from my sources, but I was given a rendering of what the blood on the tree or whatever the substance on the tree appeared to be. And
that's what we're looking at right now.
This is more accurate. Several of the investigators told me they thought that it was a perhaps partial handprint of the person who committed the crime, leaned up against the tree, and that's how it was placed there.
Now, let's put it back up. Let's put that back up. This is significant. This is important. Now, the defense is saying this is the letter F.
Yes. Now, we also have a second image where we have placed that rune, the F image, over this. And you can decide for yourself if it looks like the exact same image or not. Again, many investigators thought that it was a handprint or something that was just done during the commission of the crime and not intentionally placed there. But just like the sticks, Vinny, this was not taken as evidence. The tree was not cut down. The bark was not removed. It was left at the scene, photographed, swabbed.
Everything was photographed, though, right? The scene had to be photographed at a minimum. At a minimum.
But you would think
So they photographed it, which means they thought something of it. It caught their attention. If it wasn't important, they would have taken a picture. Just like the sticks. Why would you not collect everything? This is so
Right.
ridiculous.
The sticks had evidence on them.
So they left those sticks lay there at the scene for all that time. That anything that could have been on them, evidence-wise, is probably trashed at this point.
Oh yeah.
Rain
mean-
and Jesus. Here we go again.
Yep.
Here we go again. And this is now coming out. Absolutely, Golf Inspector, complete travesty and insanity. I agree with you, Chris.
Exactly, William.
Any crime scene, especially,
Me too, Mama J.
these were kids, okay? These are kids. Anything that was at that scene should have been collected, tagged, and put into evidence, period. And anything that was taken, that if you're going to take the time to take a picture, then you need to cut that piece of the tree. Whatever you got to do, cut the damn tree down. I've seen them do it before. They cut the tree down. They take what they got to take, and they take it into evidence. Nope, they didn't do it. They didn't do it. 6 years we waited for this.
Mm-hmm.
They put this guy in jail. They abused this guy. Not saying that he wasn't involved, you guys. I'm not saying that, okay? But at this point right here, do we know for sure? No. And we're supposed to do the innocent till proven guilty with everybody, every criminal, not just Brian Koberger. Okay. Here we are again. Another mess. And they've also said that when Richard Allen contacted his wife and his mother and admitted to this crime, that he was not in the right mind based on the abuse that he was receiving in the jail. This is unbelievable. I'll keep going. Sorry to interrupt, but I just had to make that statement. Welcome, T. Good to see you. I just don't understand. You know what, though, J-Lit? We're going to get into that because that was talked about. That was talked about. Once again. Here we go.
Yeah.
At least the bark, from what I've heard, at least the bark should have been taken, if not that chunk of the tree.
Well, if they're saying it's Libby's blood, then someone would have had to taken a sample of the blood, right?
Yes.
You would think? Okay.
According to the memo, they say the DNA testing shows that it is her blood.
This is, you know, what to make of this, right? It seems like there's more to it. There's a reason you're putting the sticks there. You know, I mean, they're put there purposely, whether they mean something, whether they are these secret codes and some Odinistic type of meaning is really the question,
It
right?
was characterized to me as being perhaps an abandoned effort to cover the bodies.
Okay, I get that. All right, stay where you are. Joining us now in Delphi, Indiana, podcaster Gray Hughes from Gray Hughes Investigates. Gray, great to see you tonight. First of all, this is like huge information that's being released, right? This, for me, came out of left field, the fact that all this information is released. What's your headline, Gray? What's the first thing that struck you in this after covering this for so long?
Well, I, like Barbara, also have heard most of these rumors the whole time with the letter F and the sticks. And I actually, the letter F on a tree is the thing that stuck out to me. Like, whoa, I heard about the letter F, but I didn't know that it was in blood on a tree. But now when you look at it, that with the information that Barbara just showed us, the image there, I mean, who knows how that got there? It could be even, not to sound gross, but like arterial blood spatter that went up onto the tree right there, the way that looks in the picture there. So now that sort of debunks my, like, whoa, there was a letter F on the tree, if that's really what it looks like Barbara showed there.
How about the sticks? And this whole notion of Odinism. Let me ask you, first of all, Did you ever hear that term Odinism before the release of all this?
Believe it or not, I have. I had this friend that took a picture at that early on because he just travels around the country and he sent it in. And these people went, "Oh, look at that!" They made it seem like they were like part of something just because he took a picture. But I think it's the most. I got to just be honest, like the most ludicrous thing I've ever heard. I feel like when I read through this document, it was the most sarcastic, sort of almost.
See, Josie, yeah, ruins and stuff ain't pagan. Last I know, there's paganism and there's different versions of this. I'm going to show you guys the Odinism stuff here in a few minutes. Okay, I believe what this is, and it's happened before, that people have taken religions, certain parts of religions, turned it into whatever they want to use it for, and turn it into stuff like this. And that's not the way it's supposed to be done. Okay, it's a Norse based religion. Okay, as I'll show you here, I'll show you the true meaning behind it, and what they've done with it is not at all how it's supposed to be. And this is very sad. Very sad. Thank you, Sherry. And this is what happens with this. Okay, there's paganism, there's Odinism. There's different variations of different things, but it's not to be used the way it's being used here. They've turned into some dark evil thing, and they're doing their own thing with it. It's not what it is. Okay, and now we have this. And it's been this again. The thing that bothers me is that this was brought up a long time ago. I remember when this was brought up. Why are we just now talking about it now? This is the problem. Okay, so whoever is responsible for this, if it's not Richard Allen, where are they? And who are they?
Exactly.
Long gone, probably. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So, again, let me get through this with you guys here, and then I'm going to show you what the Odinism is, and then we're going to look at the documents and show you all of this. Okay. Exactly. That's what it is, basically, Josie. They took a paganism and Odinism. They kind of blended them, did this, did that, and then they made it their own thing. It's just ridiculous. It's ridiculous. It's definitely not a good thing. I'll tell you that much right now.
Right.
It's very sad.
Childishly written document. I mean, I've never seen something that's supposed to be professional that sounded the way it did. What did you guys think?
Well, I'm looking at it, and I always look at things in terms of how does it play in front of a jury, what can be done in front of a jury, and to me, what they have done at this point is make people think, well, what exactly was going on at the scene, and were there investigators? And to me, this is the part that stuck out to me. Is there
Indiana
alleging that there's a group of 3 investigators that were following this theory and believe there is something to it. You're out there in Delphi right now. Any sort of buzz on the ground out there with the release of all this, Gray?
Yeah, I mean, I've actually talked to family members and the ex-prosecutor from a long time ago. He doesn't really keep up on it as well, but I mean, let's just look forward to perhaps a rebuttal from Liggett. I think that's kind of the buzz. I mean, when I went through the document, I don't know if you're interested in this portion, but there was a glaring omission of the 3 girls that Richard Allen passed. So remember when Richard Allen says he got there, he passed 3 girls on his way to the bridge. Those 3 girls were leaving the area. They passed the bench right there near the, heading towards the Freedom Bridge at probably, I think it was 126. Richard Allen's driving by up above on the street. He parks his car at 1:30, he said, and then he walks onto the trail, and those 3 girls walk right by him, and then he admits that he walked by those same 3 girls. So that places him heading to the bridge at 1:30, but in the document, it says 12 to 1:30 is when he left, but he wasn't leaving at 1:30. He was going towards the Monenheim Bridge. So why did they leave that out of the document?
Well, it doesn't help you. That's why you leave it out. So
And again, here we go again. Here we go again. Just almost like Idaho, guys. It's very this is so ridiculous anymore.
Really
It
is.
makes you question everything. You know, when they arrested Richard Allen, I'm like, thank God they finally got this person. We're looking at it, and I'm like, okay, well, he had to have done this, blah blah blah, so on and so forth. But again, you keep it in your mind because that's what we're supposed to do, innocent until proven guilty. And then he goes and calls his wife, and his mother says, "This is I did this, I did this, I did this." But again, the man was out of his mind, showing schizophrenic like tendencies, they stated when he made these phone calls. So, okay, what do we think when then we have this? And when you listen to what Gray's saying, um, that's true. That's
Mhm.
true. If you go back and read the documents, it's true. So, how does that fit? You know what I mean? It sounds very familiar, Michael. Very familiar, and it's kind of sad. How many cases have we looked at now that have these same type um, coattails that are being followed
Mhm.
upon? You know what I mean? I mean, it's I don't even know what to say. Anyway,
Yeah, and just real
the
quick, those that don't know what the F, I don't know how to say that properly, so I don't know how to pronounce it.
she just put it up there, I guess,
FIA,
for
maybe?
a few.
Yeah. It represents wealth, abundance, luck, energy, foresight, fertility, and creation.
So in turn, if this was a sacrificial scenario, that's painted above as they set the scene to bring that upon themselves, the people that did this, per se, is how that would work, guys. Okay. Again, that's a good point. Mama Jerry asked if would they have been chosen because they were virgins as well. Assuming they were because of their age specifically, yes, I would imagine that that could have something to do with it. I don't know for a fact, so don't quote me, but I'm just saying.
Yeah.
And
Somebody
that,
said that one of the girls had an 18-year-old boyfriend.
yeah, which is
So,
that's a whole other story, whole other show as far as I'm concerned. That's
right.
disgusting. But where's the parenting in that sense? Um, Dinky says he's scared of the other two guys. That's very possible. That's very,
Yeah.
very possible.
You're muted, I think.
Yeah, but fascinating. So give me your bottom line now, Greg, from having gone through this, covered this for so many years. Had you, before this time, ever thought that this could have been a ritualistic killing and that you were looking for some group, some sect out there in Indiana?
I've never believed that that's what it was. I mean, I originally thought it was a lone wolf killer that showed up to the bridge that day hunting somebody. Then they came with the social media angle with Keegan Klein and the Anthony Shots profile, and now it seems like it went back to the individual person, being Richard Allen. Except, I mean, don't you guys feel like it's a little strange that the only reason that let's see, that the Anthony Shots profile that didn't get to meet Libby that day was because some other random killer killed the girl.
Yeah,
I mean,
I've been saying this as well. What are the odds? Like, what are the odds that you are interacting with someone who's an alleged, or not an alleged, now he's convicted child pornographer who put up this site, and then someone else intervenes? There's got to be some more of a connection. I want to put up on the screen, this is some more evidence from the scene. Libby's shoe and cell phone containing the bridge guy video were found under Abby's lower back. A single bullet found buried under leaves and dirt between the two girls. Barbara McDonald, let me ask you about this. This is crucial evidence for prosecutors, right? This video. I don't think the bridge guy, the killer, knew that they were videotaped that day.
No, I agree.
There's no way.
I agree.
Otherwise, the phone would never be there.
Right.
And what about the bullet, though? There's a problem with the bullet, I think, for prosecutors here.
I've heard about the bullet for many years, and I have never heard a definitive theory from my sources that it does come from the suspect. One speculation was that maybe it comes from law enforcement. It was the same caliber as they use.
And that was my thought on that scenario. What if it's just the same bullet as what a law enforcement official used, or somebody else that, I mean, this is a wooded area, so on and so forth. Why did it necessarily have to come from his gun?
Yeah, it didn't.
There's multiple people. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, there's trails and all kinds
Multiple
of stuff
people.
right there in that area. So,
Yeah. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. I agree. It could be from anybody's gun or their ammunition. You know, any it could belong to anybody. What is going on with this? Anyway, sorry about that. The bullet should get thrown out, as far as I'm concerned. Yeah. Thank you for joining us, by the way. And it's unspent. It could just be anything, you know.
yeah.
Just saying, it's a little bit crazy to me. That part is.
As you know, ejection mark testing is not as reliable as a bullet that's been fired.
It's not DNA.
Right.
It's definitely not DNA.
Which is what we need in this case,
Right.
and apparently don't have.
And don't have the DNA. Gray, what are your thoughts about that? The fact that the bullet is found there. I mean, is the defense going to try? The defense may try to say that Richard Allen's being framed, or it's just a coincidence that it's there, or it's not his bullet.
Well, after I talked to the family members about what was on the video itself, and early on, like in the first, 6 months of the case, I was told that there was a click sound, that they think that was the gun chambering a bullet, and then that was used to control the girls. And obviously they weren't killed with a bullet, but maybe at some point he ejected that bullet at the crime scene. That's all I can come up with.
And then leaves it there. Doesn't do anything.
Well, it leaves the phone.
And leaves the phone and is busy putting sticks on top of the victim. That's what they're going to have to argue. Okay, we've got a lot.
And I've always questioned that. Welcome all the shirts. I've always questioned a lot of that, like leaving. If that was the case, you left a bullet there knowing that it would drop, or you left a phone. You do. I mean, anybody that's planning something in this sense is going to clean up the loose ends, I guess you could say, or at least attempt to. I mean, those things don't make sense. Or yeah, Doodle said he dropped it walking there. Maybe he had it in his pocket from something else. No, Dinky, it was unspent. That's the thing.
Yeah.
He could have just had it in his pocket while he was walking through there. You know what I mean? And he had it from before, and just put his hand in his pocket, pulled it out, and it fell out of his pocket or something. That doesn't mean he did this. So, you know, I don't know. I don't know what to think at this point. But like I said, once we get through this, I'm going to show you guys some other stuff too. The big thing is when I go into the documentation, a lot of you guys have seen it. I know that. But still, after watching this and then reading through that is going to make it. That's why I played this first.
To get to Gray Hughes Investigates. You need to check it out. Thanks so much, Gray. Great to see you. Barbara McDonald doing great work as always. I see you all the time because you work here, which is awesome. Okay, so coming up, we're going to again go to that crime scene. We're going to talk about ritualistic killings. We're going to bring in experts to talk about that. Plus, coming up next hour.
In Manatee County, Florida, former swimsuit model and ballerina Ashley Benefield shot and killed her husband, Doug Benefield, in the middle of a custody dispute. But she claims it was self-defense. Tonight, a huge ruling by the judge related to Ashley's stand your ground.
Was the biggest piece of evidence that we knew about in the Delphi murder case, the video and then the audio of the alleged killer. Well, now, after the defense has filed these papers, they've described the murder scene, and we have put together this graphic representation of what is described by the defense and what they filed with the court. Abby and Libby next to one another near this tree with these sticks. Are they in some form of a message that is being sent? Is this ritualistic? Some other facts here. Libby was found nude. Blood spots and blood drippings were seen all over Libby's body. No blood sprayed or dripped onto the leaves or the tree near Libby's head and sliced neck. Abby was found fully clothed but dressed in Libby's sweatshirt and jeans. Abby was found wearing 2 bras. There was no blood on Abby's clothes. Very little blood on Abby's body apart from the fatal wound on her neck. Libby's phone and shoe were found under Abby's lower back. So, is this a ritualistic killing? Is it consistent with that? Joining us from Philadelphia, ritual murder expert and author of Investigating Religious Terrorism and Ritualistic Crimes, Dawn Perlmutter is with us. In Jacksonville, Alabama, forensic death investigator, professor of forensics at Jacksonville State University, and host of the incredibly popular Body Bags podcast, Joseph Scott Morgan. And in Pensacola, Florida, private investigator Lauren Vellucci is with us. Great to see everyone tonight. Thank you for being here. Dawn, I'll begin with you. Based upon what we are learning from the defense here, does this strike you as a ritualistic murder scene?
Well, I just have to emphasize that I did not observe any of the photos. I only have the information that I read in the descriptions. But I can tell you from what I've read, this is a classic ritual murder. I've worked on dozens of these types of homicide cases. Ritual homicide involves acts that go beyond the actions necessary to conduct the crime or elude the police. This is not a counter-forensic measure. You don't do all of that just to hide the body. It has all of the elements. It has symbols at the scene. What you're not taking into account when they're looking at the shapes of these branches. And by the way, ritualistic crimes are typically outdoor crime scenes because they're nature-based ideologies. But when you're looking at the symbols, you need to account for the shape of the body underneath it when you're interpreting it. You're not just looking at the sticks. It can be the entire thing, and it has meaning to whoever did it. I really do not think it's random. The other thing is obviously the cause of death is significant. In ritualistic crimes, you do not get gunshots. They're always typically knife wounds. And there's always things that are done with the blood. And in this case, obviously a secondary scene, but blood, whether it's blood spatter or what was on the tree, it seems that this was not random at all. Body positioning is very significant. And as I said, it will have some meaning to the person who did it. In terms of Odinism, which I'm very familiar with, it would be consistent with racist Odinism, which is very popular, has been popular among neo-Nazi skinheads and prison gangs since the late 90s. In fact, there's many groups right now that are taking it to the next level. We have a blood tribe leader who has runes tattooed on his face that translate to son of Wotan, which is one of the also known as Odinism. So to me,
so based upon what the defense is saying here, you think there's something to it. And again, you prefaced it all by saying you haven't seen the actual photos. None of us have. Joseph Scott Morgan. Let's start first with the bodies. Does that appear posed the way it's described? Does it appear that someone could be murdered or dragged and naturally end up that way? And what are your thoughts about the blood and lack of blood in parts of this scene?
Again, without having access to the imagery, it's very difficult for me to opine about this. Positionality is everything, whether it's some kind of ritualistic event. And even when we work cases involving serialized perpetrators, they have a ritual in and of themselves. They have a rich fantasy life as well. If they're acting out, they can pose bodies. I worked a series of homicides where bodies were posed in kind of Leonardo da Vinci's classic anatomical man position. And you also have this issue that's really significant to me, that is undressing and redressing, which is something that's quite striking to me that came out. But yeah, that's the scene as far as I can understand it at this point. I don't know that this is necessarily randomized, but if this is the coverage that is on top of these bodies, it would seem to me that it was a very poor effort to obscure the bodies, because that's the goal with covering bodies, right? You want them out of sight. We don't know how robust any of the vegetation was. We don't know how fresh the vegetation was. And it's very troubling to me, Vin, that these items were not collected, specifically as it applies to tool marks. They were not collected in the beginning, because we're talking about saw marks, bolt cutters, perhaps. I don't know, how were these limbs, if they are in fact limbs, how were they trimmed away? Because that's a big telltale there. You're leaving money on the ground there from an evidentiary standpoint. Why would you not collect it at that point in time? I don't understand that.
Lauren Vellucci, what questions do you have based upon what the defense has now filed in court? What questions does that raise for you as an investigator?
I agree with JSM. I mean, I think it's appalling that they didn't take the sticks as evidence. Judging from the height of the girls, these sticks had to be decent size. So were they skinny little sticks that they could have easily broken? It seems more logical that they were long, the size of them, because some of them were the length of the bodies of the girls. So therefore, again, how would they have caught them? It's very troubling. That that piece of information that you guys just brought out blows my mind. And from an investigation standpoint, it's appalling.
So, Dawn, as we try to get to the truth of what happened here, people involved in a ritualistic killing, would it just be a one-off? Like, let's say there's a group of Odinists who are practicing and doing sacrifices or rituals like this. Would there be more bodies? Because this goes back all the way to 2017, and we have heard nothing about other victims in this area.
Well, you'd have to know what type of ritual. Again, if it's not somebody connected to one of these organized ideologies, it could be something they're just inventing in their mind. But it could also be, you don't know if it's an initiation, if it's sacrificial. There's a lot of different types of rituals that are done.
Well, let me lay this out. Let me lay this out, though, Dawn, because here's what the defense is saying. The defense is saying one of these girls has a mom who would date interracially. So that was the motivation behind all of this. This is part of their theory. And it's this group that is, practicing Odinism. And this is why they attacked these particular girls. I mean, that's part of what they're laying out there as potentially what happened here. Does it make it less plausible that there haven't been other attacks in the area? Like a group, would they just kind of go after one particular victim and one off and that's it? We don't see bodies all over the place?
No, that it's quite possible and plausible. I mean, there are groups like this that not.
And that's a question I have myself. Where does anybody know? Because I didn't have a lot of time to look if there had been any other attacks or any other scenarios where they found other things like this in this area over that period of time. You know what I mean?
know that one of the guys that they are looking into, let me find his name again. Hold on a second. His name is, darn it.
That's why I had brought up the thought in Mama Bear, and I had talked about it a little bit about Flora. The way that fire happened. If these are, supremacist groups, there's a reason why that fire could have been started. And it made me wonder, because Delphi is literally right there. and a Delphi Fire Department respond to the Flora fire. And that bothered me a bit. It made me wonder, is this another scenario related possibly? I just, mainly because I want answers in that. I think that's where I went, why I went there with it. But still, we don't know. But go ahead. Sorry, Bear.
That's okay. His name is James Brian Chadwell. He's 42. He's a Lafayette resident. He is accused of kidnapping and SAing a 9-year-old girl in 21. So they're looking for him.
Interesting.
Mm.
That's what I'm saying. All the shirts. I think they tried to use Odin to cover up racism, and that's what I was thinking too. You know what I mean? To hide that. And that made sense to me. It made a
Yeah.
lot of sense to me, and that's why I want to look. Of course, I'm going to go back to, very close to. Listen, Carolyn, Delphi
Like
Fire
10
Department.
minutes.
Yeah, Delphi Fire Department responded to the Flora fire before Flora did, Carolyn. That's how close it is. Okay.
Mhm.
That is what made me think, damn, is that possibly related to that? So that's why I wanted to go back and look at Flora again, which I was going to do anyway, because I'm not going to be happy until there's some kind of a answer. I did see that, just not to jump off subject, but I did see that there was a lawsuit that has been taken care of at this point, and in care of the mother, thank God. But still, that's not an answer to this. Okay. And some of the
That still
people that are
doesn't answer who, because they said it was arson. So it still doesn't say
yes,
who
yes,
started the
thank you.
fire. But
Yes. And some of the people that are involved in Flora, in my opinion, are people with power. And that's what a lot of these people that get involved in these things are people with power. And it just really has been eating at me since I found out about this, if there is a possible link, So again, we're going to get to that later on, but it's something extra to think about, and it bugs me really bad. So anyway, I'm sorry I keep interrupting this. It's just certain things that I need to say. If I don't say it, I'm going to forget it. So,
Not only ritually murder, they ritually rape women. They're active. They could be doing it in other places. I guess what I'm trying to say is this does happen, as bizarre as it sounds. There are ritual murders, and a lot of these racist Odinists are growing. They are recruiting, and they're part of this like warrior tribal. They identify with that ideology. So it's very plausible, and I think again, this is without seeing any of the evidence, not seeing other evidence. It is plausible to me that this
Okay,
happened.
fair enough. Fair enough. Our guests are great. They're staying with us. When we come back, we're going to ask this question. Was this a one-man job? Could one person have done all of this to these two young girls?
once again, damn, this looks familiar. This looks very familiar again, like I said. So, and I think, not to jump track again, but this was brought up at the beginning of the other case that we've been looking at. We're not going to get into it, but it was brought up. Okay. It was brought up, not this specific version of this, but ritualistic scenarios were brought up. But I'm not saying that had anything to do with it, but it's just another thing that we're looking at going, are you kidding me? I'm not saying that had anything to do with it. Tagged you on Twitter with the body ruins and what they mean. Thank you, Josie. Thank you. I'm going to be showing you guys here in a few minutes, but I think Doug Carter also believes they're more involved, and then it's more. Yes, Noni. Yeah, I can almost go. That's what made me start thinking. Oh God. Anyway, it just bugs me to death. It's eating away at my mind thinking
So
about that
Abby
because I.
was dating Holder's son.
Mm-hmm. Odinites, right? That's what I'm saying, folks.
Could one person have done this? The defense says no, no way. Take a look on the screen, folks. They say one man, 5'4" in stature, handled all these tasks, from the abduction at the High Bridge to the crossing over the cold flowing river to the subduing of one girl while the other is killed to the killing of the second girl, waiting while Abby died a slow death. Then clothing Abby with very little to any blood transfer on said clothing, to the arrangement of the sticks into runes, to the painting of the F rune on the tree, to the throwing of the clothing items into the river, to the departure from the crime scene, and finally to traversing hundreds of yards through the forest and then up a steep hill and then another 100 or more yards until finally reaching 300 North, all the while being so careful as to not leave any DNA or other forensic evidence behind.
And this guy was not in that shape to do that at that point either himself, in my opinion. In my opinion. I mean, he looks like hell now, but he was a fat guy. You know what I mean? That's a lot to do for a heavy-set guy. I'm sorry. It's an older guy. You know, come on. This guy wasn't in any kind of training for the Olympics or anything like that. It's hard to believe that he did that himself. I'm sorry. And yeah, absolutely. I know quite a few people that are into paganism, folks. That's what they do. That's what they live. There's no white supremacy involved in that. I've never
No.
seen it. Not that I've ever seen. If it
And I don't
is,
know where or why they even said pagan.
I don't know, but it just doesn't make sense. None of this makes sense, and I'm starting to see this from a different angle. I didn't cover this a whole lot with you guys because I had so much other stuff going on, but I did follow this. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
No. This doesn't make sense to me, especially not now with this. You know, I didn't get to look at that before, so I'm just saying. That's a good point, Oakley, and thank you, Carolyn. And yeah, I couldn't agree with that, Carolyn. I really could. Anyway.
Well, if two people did it, they didn't leave DNA behind either. So I'm not buying anything on that. But let's bring back in our guests, Dawn Perlmutter, ritual murder expert, Joseph Scott Morgan, forensic death investigator, and private investigator Lauren Vellucci. Joseph Scott Morgan, your thoughts, could one person have done all that the defense is saying was done here?
Well, I didn't know that height was a qualifier for that. They're really going out in the weeds on
well,
that
one reason they said
so.
that is they said the water could be 3.5 feet deep in the river, and he's only 5'4". I think that's one of the reasons.
There are other places the river could be forded, and so to me, the big thing here though is control. And how do you control someone, particularly two young girls like this? My thought is with a weapon, and you know we heard about the clicking of the weapon being actuated and that sort of thing. And one key here, Vin, is that they found a round, an unspent round, at the scene, which is a .40 caliber, actually, just like the one I'm holding. This is unspent, just like the one they found, but they're saying that there are striations on it. You know, there are a couple of laws on the books that I know as, you know, former prosecutor, you're very well aware of across the country. It's a term called menacing. And how do you menace someone? Well, if you've got young women, young girls like this, they're not expecting to be, encounter some monster out in the woods. Well, one of the ways you menace an individual to get them to comply is that if you're carrying a firearm, this is a dummy firearm that we use at JSU for training, but if it's a semi-automatic weapon, you charge the weapon like this, and it's a very intimidating sound, particularly to these young girls. Well, it's intimidating to me. And you present this weapon, and they're already in a lost, cold place. Remember, down the hill, and he's directing them down there. If he's planned this thing out already, if he's got a location that he's going to, we know that they've recovered knives, these sorts of things. Maybe those limbs were trimmed. I have no idea, but he's perhaps nested in that area, just waiting for this opportunity. Yeah, this could be a one-man show. You're not talking. He's not dragging, an NFL lineman down there. All right, you're talking about 2 young girls that he's doing this to. Allegedly.
Lauren Vellucci, your thoughts? Could one person have done this?
I agree 100%. Absolutely. Per the defense's statement that he would have had an hour and 17 minutes, plenty of time. Brian Kohberger, for instance, far less time, and we know that he allegedly slaughtered 4 people. So it is something that one person could have done. I think that the point that they may have some good information and some good reasonable doubt is the dressing of Abby and not getting blood. However, the river was right there. So did they wash off? I don't know. But to me, it makes a lot of sense that it was more than one person. And I think that is a real possibility. I think that there's a lot of truth in this new information more than falsehood, and it would explain the differences in sketches and how they looked so different as if there was multiple people that were seen.
Dawn Perlmutter, we have about less than a minute here. Your thoughts, one versus more than one person?
I think it could be either way. I think it could have been one person that they could intimidate the girls, and especially if they had planned it ahead of time, if they, whether they stumbled upon them or, were just had this in mind, fantasized about it for a long time, that it could be one person or it could be more than one. I think it's also interesting that it's near the river. That happens to be another significant thing that occurs with ritual murders. They tend to occur near bodies of water also.
Dawn Perlmutter, great to have you on tonight. Joseph Scott Morgan, appreciate your insight and your time. Lauren Vellucci, great to see you as well. We're just getting started with all of this. I mean, so much information today, but thank you for your help tonight.
Okay, guys, so there's that. And hold on a minute here. Right. Let me give you a quick over on this here real quick. And show you the difference based on what we're seeing and hearing between that and this.
Them with pagans and even white supremacists. People often associate them with pagans and even white supremacists. But what is the true Odinism religion? Let's dive down as deep as we can.
And this is where it gets twisted about this. This is the problem that they have taken this and twisted it at this point. And these groups have taken this and twisted it, and they live by this, which it's wrong, in my opinion.
The religion is practiced in the name of the Norse god Odin, the Allfather. The people are often seen wearing a pendant with Thor's hammer around their necks. They would meet for rituals, mostly in the woods, and sometimes they would even sacrifice animals in the name of the gods. Odinism was first reported back in 1820, and it was well notable by 1840, where Scottish writer and historian Tottle first practiced the religion. It would continue to be practiced and changed, and by the 1930s, Alexander Rudnose reintroduced the religion in Australia, and by the 60s and 70s, it was brought to North America. In today's modern time, Odinic rite is what defines Odinism, expressing the ancient religion that grew and even evolved through time. The Odinic rite shuns the religion being called the Viking religion. Even though a lot of Vikings follow the Odinism religion, it is thus associated with the Vikings rather than Odin, per your belief. There is very little research about Odinism because it has been erased and changed throughout history, especially when Christianity made its way through the countries. When Christianity came through, they heavily shunned paganism, that including Odinism.
And again, do you see this here? This is just one, okay? And there's runes and things that I can show you that I will. I'm just showing you, but as she's saying, it's been changed so many ways and times that Christianity, things change with that, but people themselves and private groups themselves have adapted it to their liking and based on their what they want to do with it in a sense. Do you know what I mean? Just saying says a black corrections officer was being rumored to be involved in the unalivings. This explains to me why they're making the connection to supremacists. And it very well could. Just saying. And thank you for the info. Welcome to you guys that have just jumped in here not too long ago. I appreciate you guys so very much. And Gypsy says, I do not sacrifice animals. The pagans that I know do not either. It's very, the paganism, the people that I know, it's very, what's the word I'm looking for? It's very pleasant per se. Okay. It's very pleasant. Basically, they're just connected with nature. Okay. And they believe in nature. That's really it, folks. Whatever they've taken and turned it into with this it's dark and disgusting, along with this same thing here. Okay. Very much so. Anyway, what's up, Gordon? Good to see you. Yes, yes. That's a fact. It's a fact. People that are true Odinists per se, or that celebrate or practice Odinism, this is a slap in the face to 100%, folks, and disgusting to me. So, again, I'll stop interrupting. I needed to say a couple things again, and if I don't, I'll forget. So.
Many Odinists died out during this time, and many converted. And in 1386, the Lithuanians converted to Christianity, and that was the last Odinist stronghold in all of Europe. After this, they had a resurgence. The first one failed, but the second one began in the birthplace of the Viking saga, Ida's Iceland. In 1972, farmer and poet Svenborn Witzensson made the organization called the Fellowship of the Seerfate, which gained recognition of Odinism by the Icelandic government in 1973. Many Odinists have different beliefs. Some have older beliefs from the first earliest forms of the religion, and some have more modern views. Odinists are polytheistic, which means they believe in the three main groups of deities described by the Viking literature. Aesir, god of tribes and clans; Vanir, gods of fertility of earth and nature; Jotnar, giant gods who represent war and chaos and destruction; Odin, Thor, Freyja, Nord, Tyr, Uya, and Loki, of course. Many believed in the afterlife. They would die, and especially the fallen warriors, they would all get to join Odin in Valhalla until Ragnarok. Some believed that life went on after death, and that the dead needed company, like a wife or a mistress, even a servant, and they would be placed in a grave with them. Even with a variety of beliefs, all Odinists live by the code of ethics called the Nine Virtues by Asatru and Odin, but they both have their own ways of living life. With the Odinic Rite being the main Odinists you will see, they are heavily compared to the white supremacists because of their symbols and their beliefs. The Odinic Rite has grounds in France, North America, the Netherlands, and especially in Germany. Odinics describe the religion as a folkish type of group which only allows white members and shames mixed-race relationships and goes as far as even calling immigrants an invasive species.
Okay. All right. There is a basic explanation on that scenario. Just in case anybody else, a lot of people are confused on certain things. And I'm going to give you this here too. One second here. One second. One second. This one thing isn't working. I was going to show this because this is a combination basically of what Norse paganism is. Okay, which is what they're claiming in a sense with the Odinism overlapping with the paganism scenario is. Okay, this gentleman explains it pretty basic just of things real quick here. Just to give you guys an idea into that theory as well.
I like to create another one with the things that
to
I've
help
kind of picked up
understand
along the way.
how much
So today
bullshit
we're
that
going
this
to be
is that
answering
they're
some
using
very
this
basic questions.
the way
I
they
mean,
are.
really basic questions. We're going to be answering the questions of who, what, why, where, when, and how today of Norse paganism. It might seem deceptively simple, but I found that compressing the faith into this is actually a really good starting point. So without further ado, let's go ahead and head down the lake and discuss what is Norse paganism. So what is Norse paganism exactly? Obviously, this is a question I'm going to be trying to answer throughout this video. But I know a lot of people getting into this for the first time. I know I was this way, looked up Vikings, Viking religion, Viking gods. I mean, we can't deny that's how a lot of people get into this practice. And obviously, this is going to evolve over time as it has evolved for me. But there's so many different things that people call this faith. And I'm not big on labels. I mean, there's Norse paganism, which is what I say. Northern spirituality is something else I've come to say a lot. Northern traditions. But of course, you have your heathens. And I might even say heathen a couple times throughout this video because it's a good thing, a fun thing to call your fellow brothers and sisters, your heathens. But then, of course, there's just pagan. And then other people go by Asatru. There's so many different terms that people use. And there's terms I'm not even giving you here now. But again, that's not important to me. What's important to me and what this is, what we're all trying to do, is we're looking at the pre-Christian Scandinavian and Germanic traditions of the people that lived in the Iron Age and the Bronze Age. And prior to that, when we start having artifacts of what the gods were, we start having stories of what the gods did. And we have a little bit of evidence to go off of what the people did during that time to venerate these deities. I think it's really easy to forget how much history we already have as a species. I mean, we look at even the era of the Vikings. I mean, this is an era of about 300 to 400 years, roughly. And that's longer than the United States has been around. And so this is an era that a lot of people know of. But then you look at Bronze Age, like Neolithic
Yeah,
paganism,
this The
thousands of
background here is
years. So that is
beautiful,
thousands
beautiful
of years
scenery.
of
I
pagan
agree.
practices that we really don't know about. And I think that mystery is what attracts a lot of people to this faith. But ultimately, this is a historical revival that is going into the modern era where we're kind of piecing together all the things we know of the past. And then, of course, we're also bringing things in from the modern era as well. A lot of things that Wicca has kind of brought up, of course, get kind of put in together here.
And I want to say that this is where some of this has been twisted, I guess you could call it, and or changed to adapt to these people that are doing these horrible things and taking this thing here that he's talking about and what we watched and twisting it and turning it into here because they're trying to draw in modernization and make it their own way, and you can't do that. I mean, you can adapt to certain ways, but you don't change it completely around and add things to it that don't go with it. You see what I'm saying? And I think that's where a lot of this comes from.
And we really have made this kind of like patchwork quilt of what paganism is now, and especially Norse paganism. So there's no one right way to do it, but I'm really going to try to answer as many questions as possible in this video for how you can start practicing today. But once again, I'm not really big on labels. At its core, Norse paganism, or whatever you want to call it, is the veneration of gods, of folk, and of spirits that are all around us. And that's kind of it. But of course, there's much more you can dive into, but at its core, that's really what it is. Now let's talk about the who of this faith. Who are these gods, these folk, and these spirits that you venerate? So I'm not going to be able to list all the gods that are within this polytheistic religion because there are quite a few. And then there's the question of what is a god? That gets really messy. But for the most part, you know, it seems to be fair game. If you want to work with somebody, go for it. See what happens. But I'm going to give you the core deities here. Now, of course, I can't go very much further without mentioning that our main source of material are the poetic prose Edda, and then the sagas that were recorded during this time. You have other novels such as Germania by Tacitus, and there's a lot here. There's a lot of books you can look into, but the prose and poetic Edda are probably the ones you want to start with. So in the prose Edda, written by Snorri Sturluson, which I have a whole video on him and the prose Edda, it's kind of a messy.
I'm glad I could
but
show
he
you that,
lists
LJ.
the 12 Aesir deities, which some of my Norse pagan friends might
And that's why I
kind of
wanted to
scratch
show
their
you
head at one
guys
of
these
but
things,
this is what Snorri
because I want you guys to understand what the true meanings behind these things are, and then see this over here for what it really is, okay? And understand that what they did is not at all what this is, because it's giving this a bad name, and in a sense, it's not, you know, what it is. You know, I don't. Me personally, I was baptized Catholic. I celebrate Christianity in a sense. That's what I do. But you know, this is not my thing. But I respect this, okay? And what this is not what that was, and that's what's so disgusting about this.
list. Odin, Thor, Tyr, Loki, Njord, Bragi, Heimdall, Hod, Vidar, Vali, Uller, and Forseti. Freyr is not listed with the Aesir, even though Njord is, which is the father of Freyr, which is interesting. Honestly, this is something new. And this is something you're going to learn in this faith if you continue down this path, is even after you've been practicing for, you know, me, it's about 5 years at this point, getting on close to 6, you're going to find new and interesting things that are going to make you scratch your head. I always knew Freyr as a Vonic deity and Njord as a Vonic deity. And then all of a sudden I read through the prose Edda again. I'm like, wait, why was Njord listed with one of the Aesir gods? That's interesting. So there's always something new. And then, of course, you do have the Vonic deities. So you have Njord typically listed as one of the Vonic deities. And then you have Freyr and Freya, and then possibly Nerthus. But Nerthus is kind of an interesting topic in itself. Again, you're catching on to a theme here. But there's so many different deities. And now let me get to the goddesses. There's so many different goddesses, too, which they weren't even in that list. Snorri lists them as the Asinjur. Asinjur? Another note. I'm not very good at pronouncing these things if you're the first time to the channel, and that's okay. I'm a filthy American, and I personally don't think too hard on it because I don't think the gods really care if you're getting the pronunciation just right. But again, that's my own personal gnosis, so to speak. But the Asinjur are listed as Frigg, Saga, Ir, Gefjun, Fula, Freya, Siofin, Lofin, Var, Vor, Sin, Helene, Snorta, and Gna. And then you have Skadi, who's not on this list of goddesses because she's a Jotnar, which then brings in a whole different equation of can you venerate and worship the Jotnar? And many people build a whole practice on this. But Skadi is definitely the one that's interesting because we know historically that Skadi did have a cult of Skadi that worshipped her historically. So we do know that Jotnar had some form of veneration. We just don't know what extent. So not only do you have the Jotnar, but you also have the elves, the Svart elves, which are the dwarves, trolls, Valkyries, Disir, Lamvatir, ancestor spirits, and many other small groupings of beings and deities. Huh. And I think this is one of the things that really scares people when they get into this faith for the first time, is they don't really know who to venerate. And my recommendation to you is, yes, you can look up this list easily online, but really focus on one or two things. It's kind of the beauty of polytheism is that there's many different options there, but also that's kind of a curse in the same time because you're like, I don't know what to do. For me personally, as my faith progressed, I started working more with Thor and then Freya, and now I'm working with Bragi. And I've even had a small experience with Tyr recently, and I'm going to be doing an offering to Heimdall here very soon. And actually, while I'm out here, I'm going to be giving an offering to Njord. But this is not something that came overnight. Again, I've been doing this for about 5 or 6 years now, and it's something that has slowly progressed. And something that I always tell people getting into this faith for the first time is take your time. There's so much here. And at first, you might scratch that surface level and you're like, oh, there's not that much. You only have the Poetic and Prose Edda. But once you start digging deeper, you're going to find that there's a lot of different avenues that you can explore, especially when it comes to who you venerate. Now, I do want to mention here at the very end, I did say ancestor spirits, and then Disir are a form of ancestor spirits as well.
I don't know what CR did, but everybody's thanking you, so thank you, CR. Just saying
They
thank you.
gifted a membership, and Caroline got it.
Oh, okay. Thank you so very much, CR. That's awesome. Awesome. And welcome, Carolyn, again. Appreciate you so very much. That's awesome. Awesome. And welcome, Carolyn.
Because we've covered the God component really well. And then the folk component, it really comes in two things. It's the community and family you have now here in this life, and then the ancestors that came before you. We all have ancestors. That's one of the most beautiful universal truths about being human, is that we have ancestors that got us here. We have ancestors who are great heroes, who are great rulers. We all have ancestors who did great things, and we all have ancestors that didn't do great things. And that's something that really makes us human and something that really brings us all together. And then the third thing I had mentioned was spirits, and spirits come in many different shapes and sizes as well. You have spirits that can exist in the woods here, spirits of the lake. You have river spirits, lake spirits, ocean spirits. You have tree spirits. You have the kind of the fae type creatures. You have the elves, which can sometimes be considered spirits. So this is when, again, it's best, I think, personally, I generally give offerings to the spirits. Like if I give an offering to the lake, I'll be like, this is to the lake spirits. This is to the tree spirits. But, one of the things I think is beautiful about this faith is the fact that we do see beauty and magic and spirits.
Good
all
point.
around
Same
us.
here, Iris.
I've seen so much wildlife on the way here. I saw a turkey. I've seen a bear. I've seen deer. I've seen geese. I've seen fish. All just today. And yes, those are animals, but in the same time, there's a spiritual presence to that as well, which is one of my favorite parts about this faith.
And that I can understand,
Hello, if you made it
to
this
each
far in
their
the
own.
video, thank you so very much, and I do hope it is helpful for you. So if you're coming to the channel for the first time, a few things. One, please make sure you like this video, and subscribe if you want to see more content here. I do have a backlog of like 200 videos, and some I've already mentioned in this video already, so please make sure you go back and check those out. It's impossible to get everything about this faith in one video, but I'm doing my best in this one, but that's why I have so many videos on this subject. But also, if you really like the content here at The Wisdom of Odin and you want to support what I do here, please think about donating to Patreon. I do have a link down below, and I do have benefits there for you as well, including our community Discord, where you can talk to everyone in our community and ask them questions about the faith. I have community live streams where you can get more connected with me. And then, of course, I have early access videos. And so you're the first ones to see videos. Like my viewers last week or a couple weeks ago, depending on when this comes out, they got to see the tier video first. So please think about going down there and supporting this channel. Otherwise, thank you so much for watching this, and I hope you enjoyed the rest of the video. So why become a pagan? Of course, there has to be a reason why. Why get into it? Now, of course, you can have that calling within your heart. You can feel the drums, but why stick with it? And I think it's because the relationship we build with the gods, with the beings we just talked about, is much more personal than one that we have come to know from monotheistic religions. And it's, because really when you sit down and talk with a deity and you start feeling those presences for the first time, it's a really amazing experience. And then when you take that the next step further and you start asking for guidance or asking for help, and you start seeing signs from the gods, or you start finding that inspiration you never knew you had, and once you really start having those experiences, it's hard to deny that that's why we do this, is because these experiences are real. These gods, these beings are real. I've had so many crazy experiences in the 5 to 6 years that I've done this that I can't deny that this is, I mean, it's all real. So that's why you really become a pagan. And that's why you really start following Norse paganism, is because of the experiences that you have in life now. One thing that also seems to come with people from a Christian background in particular, or at least a monotheistic background, is the fear of the afterlife, or the overemphasis on the afterlife, which is something that really isn't that big, or at least that prevalent within Norse pagan belief system. Now, some people, of course, to put really heavy emphasis on this, and again, I think it's because they're coming from a Christian background, like Valhalla. A lot of, especially a lot of guys who work out and get real beefy, they come into this and they're like, "Oh, victory or Valhalla, bro," and it's like, come on, man. Like, the majority of people in the Viking era, the Bronze era, did not die in battle. They had a straw death, and Valhalla is definitely something that is greatly blown up about this faith. I mean, it's a really cool idea. It's a very romantic idea in the grand sense, but ultimately, death is not something that is really thought of that much, and we can see that in the past as well. Death is really, or at least not thought of seriously, I guess is the way I should say it, because it's just a transitioning of lives. It's the opening of doors into the next life, because when you die, you just become part of the ancestors. And I think that's so beautiful, is that I know when my family dies, or members of my family die, that I can still communicate with them. I can still, give offerings to them, seek advice from them. And I know that when I die, my children and my grandchildren can still seek advice from me, because that's really what death is. It's just becoming an ancestor. And I think that's really beautiful. And I think the best way to really understand the Norse concept of death comes from the Havamal, which is a line I quote many times. And that is, cattle die, men die. You yourself will also die. But there is one thing that cannot die, and that is one who has won a good reputation. And that is what I really live by when it comes to the afterlife. And I don't really need anything else, because honestly, we as human beings, no matter how spiritual you are, no matter what science we find out, we really do not know what's going to happen when the lights go out and we die.
That's right.
And of course, our ancestors looked at that and they saw, well, they're dead, but they kept telling stories about them.
That's right.
So now that we know the who, we know why we give to these deities, but how do you give to these deities, and how do you get into this faith? As the theme of this video, it's deceptively simple, because there are so many different routes you can go down, so many different things you can explore. But at the end of the day, connecting with these gods and getting into this faith, it's not very dramatic, honestly. A lot of people, I feel like, get into this and they think, again, they need some form of Christian equivalent. They need a form of baptism. They need a big explosive moment to really dedicate themselves to these deities. And if that's what you want to do, you can, but you don't need to. I think it really can be as simple as sitting down outside, or even in your house in a quiet spot, meditating and just calling out to the gods. It can be that easy, at least when you first start, and I still do it now. Meditation, I think, is a really great way to clear your mind and then be able to reach outward to the energies that are around you. And honestly, those energies are always around you. It's just connecting to them at the right times, and getting your head clear enough to actually connect them. And meditation, I think, is the simplest way. Like, you can do that right now. Turn off this video, go onto a nice comfy spot into a corner of the room and meditate, and kind of reach out to those northern energies. Reach out and picture the fjords of Norway. Feel the cold. Remember what cold feels like. Remember the first time you saw snow, and start hearing drums in your mind. And slowly you'll begin to kind of switch yourself over and begin to connect with those energies that are the northern deities. Now, if you want to take that the next step further, if you want to go out and kind of plan it, have a nice little ritual, so to speak, there are several different ways you can connect in that way. Some people like to call it bloat. You see that in a lot of heathen and Asatru circles. I don't necessarily call it that. I usually say give an offering to the gods. And so, like today, I'm going to give an offering to Njord. In a few days, I'm going to give an offering to Heimdall. And so you can kind of do it however you want. So today, even, again, someone been doing this for a while now, has a community given amazingly large offerings. I'm giving a gold coin and a beer and that is it. And I think it can be that simple. So, I don't have a shrine with me. I have a little token that I'm going to give it to. Setting up the token. I think building something on the river here on the lake would be really good too. Building something to the gods. So it can really start so simple. And I mentioned this in my ritual video. Is it can really just be as simple as, "Hey gods, I have something for you. I need help. Thank you." Obviously make it a little bit more complex than that, but it really is that simple. Summon them, give the offering, ask what you want, ask what you're searching for, just have a conversation, thank them. And it's that easy. And, of course, these rituals can evolve as you're into this faith. Again, I feel like I famously called it a ritual sandwich. Start with a grilled cheese sandwich, make it nice and simple. You need those 2 pieces of bread, nice slice of cheese. But then as you get more complicated, you can start having them double-decker sandwiches. And I've definitely had rituals ranging from very complicated hour-long rituals with lots of people involved to me coming out to nature like this and pouring out a beer.
Now, mind you guys, this is not, I'm not trying to convince anybody to believe in this or to go this direction. I want you guys to see what the realistic side of this is as compared to what they're saying was done in Delphi, okay? Because this isn't what this is supposed to be about. Again, goes back to it being twisted and demented into their own little thing. This is not at all what it's supposed to be, or that it is not at all what it's supposed to be. This is their belief in things. And again, like I said, I may not choose this, but I respect
So now,
it as I
where
do
can
anybody
you do this? As
else's.
I've already mentioned, you can do this right now in your own home. You can do it out here, like where I am. You can really do it anywhere. But again, I'm kind of bringing up this section because I know many of you are coming from the monotheistic background. So you're used to having a church or some form of temple that you do your worship at. And that's something that really took me a while to understand about this faith, is you can really do it anywhere. Again, coming from that Christian background, I thought it needed to be one spot because I didn't really have an experience with Christianity where it was like,
Right,
oh,
Zelda, that's
obviously,
exactly it.
people would say like God is everywhere, but I never heard like you can worship God wherever you really want. It was kind of like you worship at church, you experience God everywhere. Where here, it's you experience the gods everywhere and you can worship
Amen to
everywhere
that,
at the same
Nikki.
time. So your
Thank you.
options as far as where you do this
It's a good way to put that.
really
I like
endless.
that.
I think the most common one, obviously, was within your own home. Many people do have altar spaces, which is usually a shelf, a bookshelf, a corner, elaborate setup. It really can range what your altar setup is. And at this altar, you perform your rituals, you give your offerings, you communicate with the gods. This is something that, encompasses a lot of practices. And sometimes it's people's entire practice, and that's okay. Personally, for me, I tend to do my practices outside. I tend to do my rituals outside in nature, again, giving an offering out here. It just makes me feel more connected. But again, I gave an offering just the other day in my house at my altar very quickly, just poured in some wine at my altar space. And that's all I need.
And as we're seeing, as he's talking about offerings, he dumped a beer in a coin. It's not what we've seen as they're talking about in Delphi. That's not, wow. You know what I mean? So this is the direction that this has been drug in and through the mud as it has been.
Needed to do. Now, so as far as a temple, did they have temples in the past? Well, it kind of varies. We know that there could have been temples, and there most likely would have been, particularly in Scandinavia, because basically where these stave churches were built, were most likely locations of pagan temples or holy sites. Now, at the same time, we know the Germanic people were very against having indoor worship. They believed in worshiping and venerating their gods outside, typically near waterways or bogs. And in the Celtic, we saw the same way. We saw sacred groves and we see sacred trees, but less of the temple idea. So for me and personally as a community, what we're seeking is a hall. It's something that I say at the end of every single video, and it's something we're working on right now, is building a hall. But the hall itself isn't necessarily for the gods. The hall is for the people to come and worship the gods, to come together as friends and folk.
Okay. And like I said, we don't need to go on and on and on with these things. I just kind of wanted to give you guys a gist of these things to understand what the reality of it is as compared to what we're being told, okay, with this scenarios. So and we're going to move into the documentation and stuff on this now, and show you guys the ridiculousness of this and what these people have done. Let me see here. 1 second, too. second, folks. Okay, now, again, these things here are runes, okay? Oh, where'd it go? 1 second. If I can hold on to this. Okay, here we go. These are runes throughout these things, okay? As we see this here. There's the F again. And it's told as to what it is. Different variations of different things that we see. And again, has been taken and twisted and translated in a completely different way. So these are the different types of things that we were talking about. As we see this here, okay, this here, and what these things mean. So if you look at the way that the sticks were laid and things like that, it'll give you an idea as to how they were trying to go and what this, and they took this meaning behind what these are and turned it into something completely different and ridiculous. So again, I just wanted to show you guys those. And for anybody that wasn't familiar with that, if that helped you at all as to understanding what it is, I'm glad. But again, we were not what can I say? We're just studying, not endorsing, just like Nikki said, and I like that. Welcome, Pearl. Good to see you. And that's a good point, Pearl. I like that. Patty, good to see you as well. Okay, so this is a series of, as again they were showing the there's another fly in here, you guys. I'm gonna have to go crazy here pretty soon.
I have one too. It's
Oh my god, they
annoying.
drive me nuts.
I'm gonna have to get
Highly
my
annoying.
zapper thingies out.
So as you can see, the variations of the different symbols and things like that that go along with the way that those branches were used, in a sense, it's it's so distorted as compared to what they actually mean, you know. It just doesn't, and all they do is take sticks and make these designs and say it means this when it actually means something completely different. You know, it's very scary that people can do this. I don't like it. I don't like it at all. And that's why this needed brought to everyone's attention, in my opinion, about this whole thing, because it changes things. In my opinion, it completely changes things. So go away, fly. Okay, now where's that email at? Boom, here we go. Okay. And this is, there's a lot to this. We're going to scan through the, I guess you could call it important stuff in a sense. Is this the first page, Bear? Or the first one?
I think that's the one that's just like 3 pages. It's not the. I'm not sure what that
Okay.
one is.
Just wanted to be sure. All right, guys, and thanks for hanging with me on this. Sticking with me as far as understanding all this stuff. Like I said, I wanted to give you guys the most understanding I possibly could of all this. 5 Below commercials. How are you guys? I don't understand how they're still getting ads when I have everything shut down.
Oh, I was gonna say that earlier because I think Heather said something about 2 or 3 of them at the very beginning, and I
I
forgot.
have them all shut off, and it's been going on for weeks now. It's crazy. They're all shut off over on my end of things. Welcome, Ray. Good to see you. What did she say in the book? Shaq touches on the subject of distorting religion. Yes, it happens a lot. It happens a whole lot. Different types of religions have been distorted over the years, very badly. So this is one of the worst case scenarios ever. Okay, in this sense. Absolutely, Miss Nikki. Yeah, it's YouTube. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, guys. I've tried to keep the ads out of here for you guys. I can't. I've been trying like for weeks upon weeks now, and it's just they do what they want.
Yeah, pretty much.
So, this is the motion for Frank's hearing. It says comes now the accused Richard Allen by and through counsel Andrew J. Baldwin and Brad Rotzi, and files his request for this court to set a Frank's hearing in support of said motion. Defense counsel states the following. On October 13th of 2022, following a roughly an hour and a half interview with the accused Richard Rick Allen, Detective Tony Leggett, signed an affidavit for search warrant, which was a 5-page document detailing information concerning said interview with Rick Allen, as well as information flowing from a 5.5-year investigation into the murders of Abigail Williams and Liberty German. The affidavit for search warrant was also approved by a second signatory, Prosecutor Nicholas C. McClelland, before being sent to Judge Benjamin Diener for further review. The purpose... Oh, 1 second. Actually, can you see that, Mama Bear?
Yeah, make my screen bigger, but yeah.
Could you read that just for a second? Caden just walked in. I have to talk to him real quick.
Yeah, which one were you on?
Right, number 2.
Number
Number
2.
2. Yeah, I'm
Okay.
sorry.
It's okay.
1 second. Go ahead.
The affidavit for search warrant was also approved by a second signatory, Prosecutor Nicholas C. McClelland, before being sent to Judge Benjamin Diener for further review. The purpose of said affidavit for search warrant was to provide a sworn statement containing information from that lengthy investigation that would convince Judge Benjamin Diener that a reasonable belief existed the evidence of said murder would be found in Rick Allen's home and vehicles. Oops, I said the M word. Oh well. The affidavit for search warrant was apparently reviewed by Judge Diener, who then signed a search warrant for Rick's home and vehicles at 6:37 p.m. on October 13th, 2023. That on its face and within the 4 corners of the document, the affidavit for search warrant was defective in that it did not provide the type of information that would cause any reasonable person to believe that it was more likely than not the evidence of the murders of Abigail Williams and Liberty German would be found in Rick Allen's home or vehicles, especially more than 5 years after they were unalived. Because on its face and within the 4 corners of the affidavit for search warrant, no reasonable person would believe that it was more likely than not the evidence of the unalivings of Abigail Williams and Liberty German would be found in Rick Allen's home. And I'm stuck. Thank you.
Sorry.
It's all right. Or vehicles, especially more than 5 years after they were unalived. Or vehicles, Judge Diener erred in signing said search warrant. Therefore, any search of Rick's home and vehicles was illegal. Therefore, all items seized pursuant to said illegal search should be suppressed. However, making matters far worse, Detective Tony Leggett chose to hide crucial information from the search warrant affidavit and provided false statements in said search warrant affidavit. Jeez Louise, Christopher. The defense is required to make a substantial preliminary showing that omitted or false statements were made knowingly or intentionally or with reckless disregard, and with the trial court concludes that said omitted facts or false statements were necessary for the finding of probable cause, then the trial court should set a hearing on defendant's request. Jeez. Furthermore,
I can
Indiana court.
take over if you need me to.
Sure.
Okay, where are you at?
Number 9.
Furthermore, Indiana courts have held that when material information is omitted from a probable cause affidavit, such omissions will invalidate a warrant if 1, the police omitted facts with the intent to make the affidavit misleading or with reckless disregard for whether it would have been misleading, and 2, the affidavit supplemented with the omitted information would have been insufficient to support a finding of probable cause. Ware versus State 859 Northeast 2D at 719-720. Excuse me. 10. Rather than hiding said information from Judge Diener, had Liggett actually included said information within the affidavit for search warrant, then Judge Diener most certainly would have signed said warrant as the hidden and false information was the type of information that any reasonable person would have known. Was the kind of thing the judge would wish to know. Girth versus State 51 N.E. 3rd 368 375 Indiana CT App 2016 quoting Wilson versus Russo 212 F3D 781 788 3 RD Circ 2000 also State versus Vance 119 N.E3D 626 632 and CT of App 2019. Good Lord, I hate those.
Yeah, I quit reading numbers. It's
Mm-hmm.
annoying.
Well, just in case anybody wants to refer to any of those, I just wanted to give them to them. So the accused is filing contemporaneously herewith this memorandum in support of his motion for Frank's hearing, which will detail the long list of specific information in the search warrant affidavit that Liggett chose to hide from Judge Diener as well. Information contained in the search warrant affidavit that are flat out falsehoods that Liggett swore and affirmed were true. 12. The defense would ask the court to incorporate the attached memorandum into its motion. 13. Once the court has reviewed the motion for the Franks hearing, the memorandum in support of the motion for Franks hearing, as well as all of the attached exhibits that support the memorandum, Richard Allen by and through counsel would ask this court to set this matter for a hearing in which the defense will be arguing that the search warrant is illegal. Then the defense will be requesting the court to suppress all fruits of the illegal search. Wherefore, Richard Allen, by and through his attorney, Andrew Baldwin and Brad Rossi, would move this court to set this matter for a Franks hearing. All right. And that's that. Good stuff. Breathe for a minute. Breaker 19. What are you doing, Mikey? What did he say? What? Breaker 19. You copy rubber. Get out of here, Mike. Okay. Such a dork. Anyway. All right. Now, this is the memorandum in support of the accused's motion for Frank's hearing. Comes now, accused Richard Allen by and through counsel Andrew Baldwin and Bradley Rotzi, and files his memorandum in support of his request for Frank's hearing because the facts in the memorandum are dense for anyone not yet completely familiar with this case. The defense is providing this introductory section similar to the syllabus that often precedes a long and complex U.S. Supreme Court opinion. The purpose of this introductory section is to provide the court a general understanding of what to expect concerning the facts upon which the defense will be relying and how those facts impact the legal arguments before providing the necessary detail, minutia, and notation to the record that could bog down the court as it attempts to unpack the defense arguments. The defense, therefore, will provide little attribution, as to the source of the evidence in this introductory section, but will then provide proper attribution to the sources of the evidence throughout the body of the memorandum following the introduction. Okay, now this is how we're going to break this down, folks. There's a table of contents, and we're going to look at the things that are important. This gives the whole thing about Odinism, Odin report, Brad Holder's connections, so on, and everything that goes through this. Okay. What do you think there that we should kind of focus on at this point?
If they want, well, I guess the court TV really went through the crime scene. I don't know if
I was trying to
looks
save
like,
us time by doing that.
yeah.
Probably, I would venture to say that, where's it at? Where did it go? I just saw it.
Maybe Patrick Westfall's connection to the crime
Yeah.
scene.
Yeah, I think we need to look into Patrick Westfall and the,
Scroll down. Whoop, too far.
the Odinites in Westville and Westfall and also Holder. Those two things we need to look at. So that's what we're gonna give
So
you guys that.
Westfall's on page 99.
Yep.
Holder's 55. Here,
That's the important part.
Page 55 is Holder. Westfall is 99. And you see that little black box
Because
at the
rest
bottom?
of the stuff that you guys have already heard today, that's why I showed those videos to save us a lot of reading.
Hey, if you click on the box at the bottom, you can type in the page number and go right to it.
That's right. I can do that.
There you go. Talk about saving time.
Yep. Okay. All right. So as far as this is concerned, I was remembering that just as you were saying it at the same time. Welcome, Pisces. Good to see you, dear. What do we got going on over here, guys? Play Smokey and a Bandit, Convoy. Those are great movies. You guys are crazy. Okay, so who is Brad Holder and who is Patrick Westfall? Who is Johnny Messer? Who is Elvis Fields? Who is Rod Abrams? And why does the evidence strongly point towards these men as having been involved in the unaliving of Abby and Libby? The Odin report provides much of the information. However, the report is not the only source of evidence provided by the state of Indiana that links these men to these unalivings. The investigative fingerprints of Todd Click and late Greg Ferenczi are prominently peppered throughout the Odin report as well. Click also, prepared a roughly 85-page report and delivered it to the Unified Command. However, the defense didn't receive this document until September 8th of 2023, nearly 10 months after the defense counsel entered their appearance. That is unbelievable to me. And mind you, this was talked about years ago, okay? And known about years ago. So once again, we have things that were thrown by the wayside.
Yep.
So on and so forth. 1 second, everybody. That's the wife. Hold on, please.
Okay. I'm holding on. I apologize if you hear my kids in the background. Might have dropped a couple on their head. A few. Here. There. Just kidding. No, I'm a Scorpio too. That's cool, Michael. My grandma swore she had ESPN and can tell the future. Yikes, Bedford. I think I would move. Michael, she was born on June 2nd. So I don't know what that sign is. Yeah, Kim Marion. She always said ESPN. Cracked me up.
Okay, sorry about that. Okay, now trying to find out where I left off at. The defense will now show that Liggett and the rest of the Unified Command knew but refused to act on. This information is also what Liggett concealed, from Judge Diener. The defense will include the evidence that links these men to the crime scene and to each other, including the intimate knowledge that these men had of the crime scene that only someone who had been at this crime scene would know. That's interesting to me. Brad Holder's connections to the crime scene. Brad Holder's son is Logan Holder, that was dating Abby Williams at the time of the murders. Nobody denies this fact. Amber Holder, for example, discusses this fact on page 9 of the Odin report. And it's something I still can't get past, that this kid was 18 years old dating this girl. Makes no sense to me. Why was this allowed? And what did this kid see in this little girl at 18 years old? I don't get that.
Yeah, I don't either. Nothing
Exhibit
good,
30.
that's for sure.
No, I mean, obviously, that's disgusting to me. I'm sorry. Exhibit 37 is a document memorializing the only known interview of Brad Holder concerning the Delphi murders, at least through August 30th, 2023. In that document, it is learned that Brad Holder details that he was usually in Delphi every weekend visiting his friend Patrick Westfall and attending Astru religious ceremonies at Patrick Westfall's house, usually on Sundays. Astru is interchangeable with Odinism. Patrick Westfall and Brad Holder had been friends prior to the unalivings of Abby and Libby. In fact, Patrick Westfall and Brad Holder were found in a photograph together as as late as January 21st of 2017. Find attached copy of said photograph marked Exhibit 38. Murphy noted on page 11 of the Odin report that Westfall appears 10 times in pictures that Holder posts on Facebook prior to February 13th of 2017. However, after February 13th of 2017, Westfall does not appear in any of Holder's posed photographs. Interesting, isn't it? What happened to the friendship of Brad Holder and Patrick Westfall? Amber Holder tells a very disturbing story. As can be viewed on page 9 of the Odin report, Amber told law enforcement the following. 1 second. Yeah, that's my point, Carolyn. It's disgusting to think of, but yes. B. Amber said that Brad spoke of Patrick one time when he was intoxicated and said that he and Patrick got into a fight and they no longer speak to each other. He told her that he and Westfall were in the woods near a river conducting a ritual. One of them said or did something that the other did not agree with, and they no longer talked to each other. She said the river was near Patrick's house. Note, Brad has a Facebook post with him and Patrick together on January 21st of 2017. Patrick Westfall was living in Delphi at XXX North XXX Street, Delphi at the time. Find attached DIN 2561 marked as Exhibit 39 and filed as confidential. This document is the narrative report of what is believed to be the only interview police conducted with Patrick Westfall. The address where blank Westfall was living at the time was 3.1 miles, or roughly a 7-minute drive to the cemetery, which is the closest entry point to where the girls were unalived. Interesting, isn't it?
Mhm.
As we know from Exhibit 37, Brad Holder admitted that that he spent every weekend hanging out with his friend Patrick Westfall in Delphi, and participated in as a true religious ceremonies on Sunday with Patrick Westfall. The girls were abducted on Monday, February 13th of 2017. Patrick Westfall appeared to no longer be friends after the 13th of February on 2017. Defense is unaware as to whether law enforcement were even mildly curious enough to seek Brad Holder on Patrick Westfall, or Patrick Westfall out to ask them about the explosive information Amber told police about an argument over a ritual gone bad in the woods sometime in February of 27. Very interesting. Additionally, Richard Allen's defense team is unaware whether law enforcement sought a search warrant for Brad Holder's or Patrick's homes. Amber Holder tells a second and equally disturbing story. When interviewed a second time, Amber discussed another conversation she had with Brad Holder. She had gone to Brad Holder's house to visit him while the children were upstairs. She inquired about Patrick Westfall under the ruse that Amber's girlfriend had a date with Patrick. This is what is contained on page 10 of the Odin report. Brad became very nervous and told her that she needed to stay away from Westfall or she would end up dead. Excuse me, that's quite interesting. She said that Brad told her Westfall and his crew were responsible for the murders of the girls in Delphi. How about that? And a fire that killed 2 girls. Now, this is what got me a little interested in this. Okay, when I was talking about Flora. Okay, that killed 2 girls. I asked her if she knew of the fires in Flora that unalived 4 girls, and she said that she was not familiar with any fires that killed any children until Brad mentioned it today. She said Brad may have been talking about that fire, but had the number of unalived wrong. She said Brad told her that Westfall and his crew had friends in several states and that they have no problem unaliving race traders. I asked her to clarify race trader, and she said she believed it meant white people who mix with other races. Amber said that Brad told her that Westfall belonged to a group called the Vinlanders and 22 inch. Wait, what? What is that? Called the Vinlanders and 22. Whatever. Brad told her that Westfall had many people backing him up and powerful friends. She said that Brad was very nervous while telling her these things, and she was whispering like he was fearful someone else would hear him. She said that throughout the conversation, Brad was constantly telling her to stay away from Westfall. He also told her that Patrick had unalived a lot of people and it didn't matter if they were innocent or not. Amber truly believes that Brad is scared of Westfall. Prior to Amber leaving, she said that Brad told her to stay off Westfall's radar, and I can only protect you so much if you keep asking questions. He also told her that if Westfall found out she was married to him, that she would be in danger. Brad also questioned her on why Westfall would be going on a date that he was under the impression Westfall was married or engaged to someone. Emphasis added. Imagine being an investigator trying to solve a horrible murder, having learned all this information. What would a good investigator do? What would a good leadership in the form of a uniform command do with this information? We would ask the court to think about all the tools that law enforcement had in its arsenal to pursue an investigation once these explosive stories were told. It doesn't appear that Unified Command did anything. The question then may be, Did they, including Liggett, want to do anything to investigate the Odinites? Was Uniform Command and Tony Liggett a member of Unified Command, acting intentionally or recklessly in the way it conducted the investigation? And by extension, was Liggett acting intentionally or recklessly in concealing this information from Diener and in his affidavit for search warrant? Excuse me. What else linked Holder to the crime? Hey, Sleuthy, what's up, sis? On April 7th, 2017, Holder posted a photo of a hand marked with the exact rune found on Abby's body. Attached and marked as Exhibit 41 is a Facebook post that includes Brad Holder's hand. The photo displays Brad Holder showing off a rune that was inked onto his hand, not a tattoo, but likely from an ink pen. This rune that Brad Holder is proudly showing off is the same rune that the unalivers laid on Abby's body using sticks. This image was posted by Brad Holder approximately 52 days after the unalivings. The public had no idea what the crime scene looked like and that Abby had sticks placed on her body, like a Hegel rune. Yet, Brad Holder coincidentally was showing off the same rune that was found on Abby. That should be important information for curious, honest, and well-intentioned law enforcement officers, and I agree with that 1,000,000%. Honest Trooper Murphy admitted that the image of the rune drawn on Holder's hand was similar in appearance to the rune found on Abby's body. Excuse me. Find attached a side-by-side image of that rune that Brad Holder drew on his hand next to Abby's crime scene photograph, marked as Exhibit 42 and filed as confidential. Trooper Holman, on the other hand, refused to admit that the two images in Exhibit 42 looked familiar. I mean, it's a sketch that you could say that's the exact same formation is what Holman said when he was comparing the two. By admitting that Holder should have been a suspect because the rune on his hand matched the rune found on Abby's body when the details of the crime scene were not known to the public. This is why honest cop Murphy admitted the obvious that the two images look alike, but Holman refuses to admit the obvious. Holman has hitched his wagon to Richard Allen's guilt and can't consider any other candidate, and certainly cannot concede that Unified Command's investigation has been a shameful embarrassment. Therefore, Holman has to continue the charade of proclaiming that the two images contained in Exhibit 42 do not look similar, whether he actually believes it or not. Hold on, guys, I need a drink. Okay, welcome, Firefly. However, while Holman cannot admit that the two images on Exhibit 40 look like one another, Holman, is the same person that claimed that only minor differences exist between Sketch 1 and Sketch 2. As you will learn later in the memorandum, Sarah Carbaugh claims that to have observed a man walking down the road with mud on his clothing around 3:57 p.m. On the day of the murders, the man she observed turned into Sketch 1. According to Holman, Sketch 1 is the unaliver, Richard Allen. You will also learn later in the memorandum that Betsy Blair observed a man on the high bridge around 2 p.m. The man she observed turned into Sketch 2. According to Holman, this man is also the unaliver, Richard Allen. Can you go back to the beginning? You missed it. I can't right now, Michael. I'm sorry, buddy. I got a lot to go through still, so later you will learn that for Liggett and Holman's timeline to work, Sketch 1 and Sketch 2 need to represent the same exact person, Richard Allen. Sketch 1 is attached as Exhibit 105, and Sketch 2 is attached as Exhibit 103. We would ask you, Judge, to take those exhibits out and to look at them. These two exhibits, according to Holman, are the same person, Richard Allen, and they need to be the same person in order to support Holman's timeline. Yet Holman will not admit the obvious that the men represented in these sketches look nothing like each other, nor like Richard Allen. Sorry. Needing them to be the same man, Holman testified under oath that only minor differences exist between sketch 1 and sketch 2. This is how entrenched Holman is in his position that Allen is guilty. He can't even admit the obvious to further demonstrate the ridiculousness of Holman's alleged belief that, except for minor differences, sketch 1 and sketch 2 look alike. Let's look at what Toby Lazenby said about sketch 1 and sketch 2 in his sworn statement. Toby Lazenby stated that sketch 1 and sketch 2 are, in fact, two different men. While Richard Allen sits in a prison waiting for full disclosure of all evidence in the state's possession, the current sheriff and former sheriff can't even keep their stories straight as to how many men were involved and whether sketch 1 and sketch 2 represent the same man, Richard Allen, as Holman claims, or two different men, Richard Allen and someone else, as Lazenby claims. While Holman will not agree that Brad Holder's Facebook had hand rune resembles the stick formation on Abby's body because that promotes Brad Holder as a suspect. At the same time, Holman will tell you that sketch 1 and 2 look alike with only minor differences because that promotes Richard Allen as the suspect. How far was Holman willing to stretch this incredible claim? When Holman was asked which resembles each other more, sketch 1 and sketch 2, or the two images found side by side in Exhibit 42, Holman claimed that sketch 1 and 2 looked more alike to each other than the two images found in Exhibit 42 look alike to each other. Brad Holder was a Mason. What's up, Joanne? What's up, Rolo? Yeah, it does. It does in a sense. I agree. So, moving forward, again, as you guys are seeing as we're going through this, I hope you're getting a visual of how this went down and how this has been going down. This is wrong. Way wrong, folks. And it tells me a whole different story. It really does. So, where are we at? The facts that Holman refuses under oath to admit the obvious truth should provide insight into whether Holman and his fellow United Command member, Tony Liggett, acted intentionally in concealing information from Judge Diener, and I sure as hell think that myself. Okay. Trooper Purdy and Trooper Winters were aware of an eerie image on Brad Holder's Facebook page of what appeared to be a faked murder scene mimicking Abby and Libby's murder scene.
Huh?
Interesting. That's quite interesting. Do you feel like reading anymore or no?
I can, if you need me to.
I feel just a little bit. My mouth is like, yeah.
All right, where you at?
Right there. When Trooper Purdy learned, right there.
Okay. When
Hold on a minute. Let me blow this up a little bit for you. There we go. Is that better?
Yep. When Trooper Purdy learned from Becky Patty that Brad Holder was an Odinist, at least for a short period of time, he was curious about Brad Holder. This short-term curiosity led to Purdy looking into Brad's Facebook page, where he, Purdy, found a very eerie photograph. This photograph is marked as Exhibit 43. It shows two girls lying on what appears to be the ground of a forest. The girls either are unalived or are posed as if they were unalive. The girls have three limbs arranged over their bodies. The girls in the forefront of the photograph, in the forefront of the photograph has her left arm and hand positioned very similarly to that of Libby's left arm and hand. outstretched above her head. The defense has prepared a side-by-side photograph of the mimicked photograph compared with the crime scene photograph of Libby, which is marked as Exhibit 44 and filed as confidential. Although both girls are dressed and the limbs are on the girls are not arranged exactly like the limbs and sticks on Abby and Libby, the similarity of that photo found on Brad Holder's Facebook page is pronounced. Purdy did not think much of this photograph in terms of it implicating Brad Holder. At least that is what he is now claiming in 2023. However, even before Purdy had found that disturbing image on Holder's Facebook page, a tipster had beat him to the punch by finding it much, much earlier. The contents of a February 16th, 2017 tip was written up in a report designated as DINC 00000048. This trip came in just 2 days after the girls were found. This tip said the following: father of Logan Holder, ex-boyfriend of Libby, social media shows him a member of Vinlanders. Posts of half unalived women and fascination with Gothic figures and symbols out of tree branches. This report shows that Liggett actually approved further investigation of Brad Holder based upon that tip. This very same disturbing image came to the attention of law enforcement a third time by way of a gentleman named Ryan Boucher from Georgia. This tip was received by Trooper Joseph Winters on April 14th, 2017, and converted into a report. An unredacted copy of this report is attached and marked as Exhibit 46 and marked as confidential. The defense will hereinafter refer to this report as the Winters Report. Ryan Boucher has also signed an affidavit detailing his failed attempts to gain the interest of Carroll County law enforcement concerning the information that Boucher discovered on Holder's social media accounts. That affidavit is attached and marked on Exhibit 47. Boucher's affidavit also details other aspects of the case discussed in this memorandum. As the affidavit details, Boucher talked directly to then Sheriff Toby Lesenby about Boucher's findings. This conversation would have occurred sometime before Boucher's April 12, 2017 conversation with Trooper Winters. Lesenby told Boucher that Holder was not a suspect and quickly dispensed of this phone call, as detailed in Boucher's affidavit. Despite Lesenby's comments essentially telling Boucher that Holder had been eliminated as a suspect, Boucher was undeterred. Boucher felt something was off and called the state police post. As detailed in the Winters report, once Boucher provided his ID, Boucher then provided Winters pictures from Holder's media account depicting 3 limbs on the ground, displaying runes consistent with the Odin belief system. Then
Three times they said that 3 times they tried to take this. Sorry to interrupt. They tried to take this to the police, and then again, this guy has been trying to get their attention with this, and they're ignoring it. I mean, what the hell? You know what I mean?
Right.
This is ridiculous. And this was back in 2017.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, what the hell? Seriously, this is ridiculous. Anyway, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
It's okay. It should be, let's see. Then Winters wrote in the report that the provided media pictures show unknown young girls believed to be unalived with sticks placed over their bodies. The sticks across the females on Holder's media were believed to be symbols or runes. It should be noted that law enforcement has, to this day, still failed to turn over this mimicked unalived photograph found
That's
on
okay.
Holder's Facebook page.
That's all right. So they sat on this for 6 years, knowing that this was a possibility,
Mhm.
and just brushed it off. And then, Jesus. Anyway, go ahead.
Fortunately, defense counsel was able to find Winter's report in the sea of evidence, and upon reading it, understood the potential importance that this photograph may have in terms of Holder's culpability in the murders. The only problem is that law enforcement had failed to produce it for the defense. Fortunately, through due diligence, the defense team located Boucher, drove to Georgia, and met with Boucher, who then was willing to provide the images to Richard's defense team, and did in fact turn those images over to Richard Allen's defense team. Even as recently as at his August 23rd, 2023 deposition, Winters stated that he was still unable to locate the images referenced in the Winters report that Boucher had provided Winters back on April 12, 2017. This means that if the defense team had not traveled to Georgia, the defense, would still not be in possession of this exculpatory piece of evidence, and also would not have been able to ask questions at depositions to law enforcement concerning those images. To this very day, the state of Indiana has yet to turn over the images that Boucher provided Winters in 2017. Following his interaction with Boucher, as can be read in Winters' report, it was apparent that Trooper Winters' interest was piqued. The details surrounding the February 14, 2017 crime scene was a well-guarded secret hidden from the public. Yet somehow, Brad Holder, an Odenite whose son dated Abby Williams, had an image on his Facebook page that closely resembled the crime scene and appeared to have used an ink pen to draw a rune on his hand that mimicked the very rune that was found on Abby. Both images are described in Winters' report. So what did Winters do once he realized that it appeared that Abby's boyfriend's dad, Brad Holder, appeared to know intimate details about a crime scene kept confidential from the public? He spoke with Jerry Holman. The information that Winters unearthed via Ryan Boucher was so impactful on Winters that Winters, remembers talking to Jerry Holman of Unified Command. Winters even recorded the following in his report. I spoke with F/Sergeant Holman on April 12, 2017. F/Sergeant Holman advised that FBI had interviewed Holder shortly at the beginning of the investigation. In his deposition, Winters provided his reasoning. Yeah, I think there's some substantial things that need to follow up on. In the same deposition, Winters also said that he wanted to make sure that all the information I had captured in my time from that was passed on. And because I had just taken that information, I just wanted to make sure, if I had no contact with anybody involved in this case again, that they were aware that I generated this supplement. Winters felt that the Boucher tip was important. He felt it so important that he wanted to make sure someone followed up on the lead by, at a minimum, re-interviewing Brad Holder. Again, it should be noted that as of September 11th, 2023, the defense has still not received the February 17th, 2017 interview of Holder. Even the state of Indiana's most recent discovery dump, which occurred on September 8th, 2023, still did not contain Holder's February 17th, 2017 interview. However,
Why
on
would
September 8th, 2023, Rick's defense team learned something very interesting. On about September 4th, 2023, Trooper Holman, go back up a little bit, or down a little bit. Trooper Holman finally followed up on Winter's request. That's nuts.
What the hell's going on here? This was buried. This was buried for some reason on purpose, as far as I'm concerned. And now, just now, 6 years later, after they have Richard Allen in custody, and have for how long now? They've had him for months now. Now we get this. Now this comes out.
Right.
This is insane. This is insane. So, again, I want to know who buried this. It's obvious why. What's going on? This looks so familiar to other things we've looked at recently, okay? And it's unbelievable to me. Excuse me for 1 second, and then I will pick up right here. I got to use the little boy's room. I'll be right back, okay?
Okay.
Did you throw that
Somebody
up?
was, yep.
Thank you.
Somebody was asking what he looked like, so there you go. There's Brad Holder. I don't remember who it was, but I saw somebody ask. This is Brad Holder. And this, I am going to assume, is his son. You're welcome, Caroline. Yeah, and some of these older pictures, like here, I mean, he could look like that way back. See, this was March 18th of this year. So, I mean, what did he look like 7 years ago? Let's see if I can scroll down here. So is this 7 years ago? So it's 21. So let's keep going and see what we find. Ew. Oh, looky there. What's that? What's that tattoo? You guys see that?
Yeah, that
This
looks like a possibility of a rune to me.
Yeah, that's 2020, so we're still not far enough back.
This guy looks like a real
yeah.
winner too.
Right? Oh, don't tread on me. All right, what's this? This is still 2020. Okay. This was 2016, right?
2019.
That's a creepy. There's 2019.
You know, what's funny is he kind of resembled
He does
Allen.
look, as I started looking at some of them when I got further back, I was like, he does kind of look like Richard Allen.
He looks like Richard Allen in a sense. What's that picture right there?
Which one? This one?
Go back up a little bit. Right there. With all the tattoos. What is that? Oh, Joker.
Says,
okay.
Yeah.
Excuse me.
What's this?
Heathen.
There's a
Again with the Odinites. That's a term.
That's October 18th. So what was I don't remember. I know they were found on February 14th of 17. Dang it. Keep getting my numbers all.
What are those tattoos?
There we go.
There's one right there.
Yep. That was
Bingo.
June of 18. That's the Masonic symbol, sort of, but with the skull.
With it. Well, see, this is depicting certain situations in your own way, because that's not a true Masonic temple symbol, folks. That's his own version of it, and again, twisting something that shouldn't be twisted.
Yeah.
There's all the shirts said that there's a picture of him in the same kind of hat as Alan, and there's another symbol, and there's something written on the tattooed on the back of his neck too that I couldn't read.
Let's see what we can find. Let's see. This was April of 2018, so we're getting closer.
And that does look quite familiar.
Oh, Amber's property. This was February of 18. Oh, somebody drew on him apparently. Not tattoos.
Can't even get good wannabe tattoos. That's pathetic.
Right? What's this? They trying to draw their own runes or something? I don't know.
Thank you, Michael. And like I said, guys, this is why we do what we do. This type of stuff needs to be brought out, needs to be talked about, needs to be looked at. Again, we don't know what the scenario is now at this point. We don't. This was buried. This information was buried for some reason. And is Richard Allen involved? Very possibly, but is he the only one? Again, we don't know. You know?
Oh.
Yeah, look at all that.
There's May of 17.
They're doing something here. Right.
Yeah. The girls were found February 14th, Valentine's Day, 17. So support your local heathens.
This is a white supremacy group that they've taken the name and attached it to from the Odinistic religion.
What is this?
Othala.
Othala, April 14th, 2017. Ancestral property, home, family, community, legacy. Today's message. Today, think about what family means to you and who you consider to be your family or tribe, whether biologically related or otherwise. What values do you and your family share? Do you have traditions or practices that celebrate those values? Also, take a look at your environment. How has the place where you reside shaped who you are? What is the nature of your land spirit? Yikes. There's all kinds of those. The Rights of Odin. April of 2017.
This guy is a sick puppy.
It's April, so we're getting closer. I'm hoping maybe that, well, not hoping. That's the wrong term.
I know what you mean.
The
hell was
picture
that?
they were talking, what was what?
Right
That
there.
one?
Oh, that's a okay. Sorry.
Yeah.
That's the Valhalla thing. Okay. And again, sorry for you guys to see the butt. At least it wasn't his butt. That's a good thing.
Right. Right. Son, father. What is that? Might be another. Oh, rolled my ankle.
Yeah,
so it's all bruised and.
Yeah, there's a huge resemblance here between him and Alan.
Yeah.
It gladdens me to know that Odin prepares for a feast. Soon I shall be drinking ale from curved horns. I shall not enter Odin's hall with fear. There I shall wait for my sons to join me, and when they do, I will bask in their tales of triumph. My death comes without apology. Good God, look at this picture.
Mm-hmm.
God.
This was January, so a month later is when the incident with the girls happened. So.
Mm-hmm. Wow.
No, wait.
Oh,
that might just be there's some kind of symbol he's thrown up there.
Mm-hmm.
Hail Thor, hail the Brotherhood, hail Patrick Westfall. Oh, I wish I had. Firm 22. Okay, it must be the kid.
There's more
Is that-
runes.
Yeah. That's a ritual. No, dog. Ugh,
The more I look at this, the more this makes more sense to me.
yeah.
This stuff is all over everything this guy owns. Besides his food, that seems to be another thing he cares about is food.
Seriously.
Wow.
Yeah. So I was surprised his Facebook was up. Someone to throw that up before it.
Yeah, I know. I was gonna pull it up, but I didn't think I'd find it.
Right.
I
was trying to see if there was. You said you thought there was one on his neck. I was trying to find. I'm not seeing one.
It was on the
Ooh.
back of his neck, written.
Oh,
it was letters or words being written on the back of his neck. Again, guys, this is why we do what we do. Period. Like this is it right here. These things, because this is a 6-7-year-old case.
Oh, I better not put that up.
Probably not.
I didn't see the top words.
Right. Folkism, because we love who we are, not because we hate anyone else. There's the cross. Wow.
Tanya 3. I don't know what that means.
That's just somebody he's talking to there.
Yeah.
Does this guy ever wear a shirt?
I don't think so.
You're not that sexy there, Bella.
Yeah. It's giving me the creeps, man. Oh, blocked out somebody's face there.
Yeah.
Some mythology stuff.
And then we got this group here.
Steel toe judges stomp out
child abuse. Really?
What?
Click on this picture here with the 4 guys.
This
to
one?
the right of, yeah, right to the right of that last one.
Oh.
Uh-huh. They're all that almost looks like it could be one of those like runes. That symbol that they're showing with their fingers.
It could be.
And it says Vinlanders on their shirt. So this is their little club.
Yep.
Wow. These guys all look like winners.
I wonder who the tattooed face dude is.
I don't know, but which one of these guys might be Westfall?
Did it say in that? Whoops.
Do we have a picture of him?
It says awesome pick. I haven't got to Westfall yet. I was like, well, you know what? Out of randomness, I'm going to see if it's still up. And I about fell out of my chair.
There's more. Did you see that other picture with the 2 nooses?
No. I'm trying to get a better picture of that guy.
Yeah, blow it up. Screenshot it.
Yeah, I'll screenshot.
Scary looking dude.
Look
at this right next to that. Look at that.
I don't even know what that says. I don't want to know.
Like I said, they took this and twisted this into a white supremacist scenario, and it's not supposed to be.
Edward Walden, is that one of the names? No, I don't think. Let's see.
I guarantee you every one of those names is in this group, though.
Probably.
And it almost makes me wonder if this is who is responsible. Is Richard Allen responsible for this at all? Or was it just wrong place, wrong time? You know? Prevent getting lost. Runic compass. That's what he has on his shoulder tattooed.
Says Patrick Westfall and myself have been talking bind rules. What do you guys
Bind
think?
rules.
So many possibilities. The first 7 are all good bind rules. Well, we might want to talk to someone. We don't want things canceling each other out. Somebody says this is more Icelandic stave magic than bind rules. Oh my
Right. They're
gosh.
just throwing these things in here together and thinking that they know what they're doing and twisting it up and doing their own thing with it, you know?
Yeah.
And it
This
even
is,
said that some of these things aren't meant to be tattooed on your body.
yeah, this is Damon Gunner. I don't know.
Frey Jason. It's like he changed his last name to add it.
Craziness.
These guys are wannabe Vikings. This is what they did, and they took it way too far.
Yeah.
And it sounds like they did something they shouldn't have done.
And who was the other one? Westfall?
Yeah, that was his name. This is crazy, you guys. Patrick, there he is.
Lives in West Virginia. I don't know. California.
Well, with the beard. That could be him with the beard. That seems to be the thing.
But wouldn't he be here in Indiana?
Well, they stopped. Maybe. He could have moved when all this happened. We
Let
don't
me
know.
see. This one has an interesting avatar. Why?
Ashley Moore. That sounds familiar.
That's probably not a... Nothing.
Well, he may have been smart enough to take all
Daniel
that stuff
Smoke
down.
Westfall, Texas. Yeah, he's probably smarter than the other one. Unless that's not the right one.
Right.
I'll take it down. I'll keep looking. I'll let you know if I find it.
Okay, so where did if Holman did in fact re-interview, I gotta pull that back up. Hold on. Sorry. Or no, is it up there? I can't see. 1 second.
No, you're not sharing it. I think I kicked you off.
That's all right. There it is. If Holman did in fact re-interview Holder on September 4th of 2023, it should be noted that the interview came on the heels of the defense team's contentious August 10th of 2023 deposition of Holman. The defense asked Holman, "Are you going to fix these problems or are you going to actually look for the truth?" His response, "I'm going to look for the truth, but I think I've already found the truth, but I definitely will look into this, no doubt about it, and I will find out if we have done the follow-ups. And I don't know about it, and I will let Prosecutor McClellan know, and he can forward that information to you." The defense looks forward to watching the first Holder interview from February 2017, as well as the most recent Holder interview to see if Holman treated Holder as an actual suspect, a label befitting the strong evidence that connects him to the unalivings, or if Holman's interview consists of softball questions lobbed at Holder with the purpose of fending off the defense, rather than seeking the truth. Brad Holder created a creepy painting of a man believed to be Odin hanging upside down from a tree with his legs posed similar to Abby's at the crime scene. This painting also contains 2 hidden Easter eggs, including a red F rune at the base of the tree, just like the F rune painted on the tree at the crime scene. Really? Wow.
You really want to know if these pictures are in here.
Previously, the defense marked as exhibits 32 and 33. These are the creepy images of the painting. Are there pictures in this paperwork? Did they show them or no? Is that redacted?
I don't know.
Okay.
I just downloaded them. I didn't look through them.
Gotcha. Previous in defense marked as exhibits 32 and 33. These are the creepy images. Again, painting that. You know what? Let me write those pages down and I'll look for those to see if those pictures are there here after we're done with this. 1 second. Find a piece of empty notebook paper.
Yeah.
273, 16 through 18. 16 through 18 and 18 through 25. Okay. I should have been doing this. All right. Anyway, sorry. The image of the man hanging by his feet, Brad Holder provided at least 2 Easter eggs in this painting for anyone following him on Facebook. The first okay. The first Easter egg is another example showcasing Holder's knowledge of the hush-hush crime scene guarded from the general public. You will notice at the base of the tree is a rune painted blood red. Did you see any of those pictures in there? Anything like paintings or something that looked like he made?
Possibly.
Okay. And maybe it's one of those pictures that I like, the one with him them holding the nooses. Maybe that's something like that.
Let me keep looking.
The rune looks like the letter F, just like the letter F rune at the crime scene, painted onto the tree using Libby's blood. The other Easter egg is the date that Brad Holder placed on the painting in the lower right-hand corner of the painting. You will see that it looks like 2/17. I'll be damned. Are you kidding me? And then some gibberish. It looks therefore like a month February in a year 2017. Abby and Libby were slain in February 2017. Upon closer inspection, it appears that the date in the corner may be 2/17 of 18. If so, this painting was drawn 1 year to the day that Brad Holder was interviewed by the police and then essentially dropped as a suspect.
Huh.
Is this just a fluke that Holder painted a red F at the base of this tree almost 1 year to the day that the girls were slain? When the crime scene was a guarded secret, is it just a fluke that the date in the right-hand corner of this eerie painting shows 2/17? Unified Command would probably say yes, just a coincidence. I want to see this painting now.
Right. I'm looking.
What's up, Chris? Thank you for joining us. Great to have you here. No worries, MCause. This is crazy. In 2016, Brad Holder video from his Facebook page shows a pagan ritual with the most important part at the very end. A man that looks like Patrick Westfall appears to be using his fingers to paint a tree. We need to find. Is there videos left on there still?
Yeah.
Nichols, thank you for addressing that it's not supposed to be. What are we talking about, Nichols? I don't believe in flukes either.
Oh. Interesting. Hey, you want me to throw this back up?
Did you find it?
No, hold on. Let me go back to the videos. Sorry. Videos. What was the video? Was the one of the rituals?
Okay, yeah, there appears to be a video of a pagan ritual with the most important part at the very end. A man that looks like Patrick Westfall appears to be using his fingers to paint a tree. That is quite interesting, folks. And the reasoning behind that is because Libby's blood was found on one of the trees at the crime scene in the form of an F that someone painted on the tree using their fingers or some type of utensil on December 12th of 2018. Tony Liggett received an email. Hold on, folks. Sorry. Received an email from law enforcement officer Greg Ferenczi. It is a very informative email concerning Brad Holder's supposed alibi and the investigation into whether Holder dumped his old phone and received a new phone number, and also whether Holder sold his vehicle after 2/13 of 2017. Find attached copy of his email marked as Exhibit 48. Second.
I think I might have found it.
Okay, hold on. The very last paragraph discusses a ceremony that Holder videotaped in Fort Wayne in 2016. Ferenczi left a Facebook link so that Liggett could watch the ceremony. This video was not turned over to the defense until the defense made the specific request for the video sometime in August of 2023. It's roughly a 25-minute ceremony. Itself,
Yep.
it is odd. Okay, go ahead, throw it up.
That's the one I found.
Let's see what we got.
All right, here we go, guys. Let me make it big.
Interesting. Let me blow this up.
All right. Oh. Okay, and it's 29 minutes. I don't know. You want me to make
Yeah,
it
go
fast?
for it. If you want to
Or do
jump
you-
it up a little bit, that way we can go through it fast. And yeah, that's fine.
Hail Kavissar!
Hail Kavissar!
I thank everybody for being here with all your beautiful faces and your great energy. Standing here with us and my little goatee right here. Hopefully got some good pictures. And if anybody has questions or
We're
has any
live.
special requests or any blessings or anything, I'm right here. My Princess Tina's right here. This is her first boat that I've let that she's actively helped me write. She's doing a very good job. Like I said, without her, this whole event would not have happened. So I want to both her at this moment for all the work that she's done to
All right, let me find.
He's a god of light. He was killed by his brother. We won't get all into that now, but he was the prophet. He was the most beautiful God of sunshine and light, the God of illumination. So he's very important to the truth.
Thank you, Josie.
Sayers. And my sister Sharon here, she's owed to Balder, so that's why we speak about him. Her. Hail Balder!
Hail Balder!
Anybody else?
Let me find them. There's the tree.
That's what I wanted to see.
Yeah.
Okay, we will pour the libations. My two sisters will offer of this beautiful tree. Shoes are over here. Yeah, try. Promises. Your shoes will smell like mead. Yep. Hang on, look at the button. My Valkyrie's over here. Selena, would you give us the honor of pouring out our ritual mead? Yes. My sister made that bowl for me. We call it a bowl leaf. Thank you. Anybody wants to leave an offering, feel free.
Under the oak, the heathens of old gathered, and we gather here today. People of many paths, we call to the ancestral oak, the oak of the future and the oak of the now. We give our offering now in that connection with past and future and the eternal now.
Hail!
Hail!
God, that scared me.
Wow. Wow. Look at this. Pause that for a minute. Bob Motto, which has the Defense Diaries. We know who he is from Publicly Buzzed. He's posting on Twitter, okay, and he says, "Down the hill, bridge guy." This is Brad. Look at the. Isn't that interesting?
Uh-huh.
I'm telling you right now. Keep going. I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Oh,
Pearl,
shit.
absolutely, yeah.
Oh, shit. Look at this hat. I'll be damned. Again, I can't show it on the screen, but look
Yeah.
at the hat that he's wearing in that picture with the goatee.
Yep.
And look at the hat on the guy on the bridge.
Yep.
It's the same hat, you guys. It is the same damn hat. Be damned.
Crazy. I bet it's him. They
I
probably.
bet you that is
wonder.
him.
I wonder if this part is Patrick Westphal.
This looks more like.
Paying attention.
Looking at this picture, that looks more like him than anything like Richard Allen. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I agree.
Oh my God.
So I don't know if this part is, because I don't know who this Patrick Westphal is, but
I think they're saying it's him.
right there.
Blessed be in hell. Blessed be in hell.
Blessed be. Yeah.
Anybody has any questions, you know, we're finding like your Facebook friends or teenage your Facebook friends. I just started
Wow.
page, so
That just blew me away. Thank you again, Josie.
Give you my information, come and pick up supplies, whatever.
I'm blown away right now.
Hail to you if you wish to hail him.
Stop it.
And there's kids there.
Mm-hmm.
I'd love to get Bob in here. I'd love to get Bob in here. This is crazy.
I think that was the only one.
That's the same hat, you guys. Same hat. And that's the hat from the sketch. You're right, Oakley. Yeah, Brad looks just like the bridge guy. That's insane.
The pictures I found here. Hold on a second.
Is what normal throw glitter. It's okay, Josie. Don't worry about it, hon.
That's one picture I found on his Facebook.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I got you, MK. This is making me sick myself because
Another one.
I'm telling you, that's it, Mike. I was just thinking that I'd love to see this guy's gait when he walks.
Mm-hmm. Oh, that one was.
That's a great point, Mikey.
Are you looking at these pictures?
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
They're quite disturbing.
Mm-hmm. Check out this one.
Oh, there's the antlers. Jesus, this guy's a mess.
So, yeah. Okay.
Was that it? Okay.
For now.
All right, let me bring this back and finish this part of it up.
There it is.
This is insane, folks. Like, seriously. This is it. I'm telling you, that's him.
Mm-hmm.
That's got to be him. There's no two ways about that as far as I'm concerned. That's him as far as I'm concerned. Here's the thing, Glitter. I agree with you, MK. So what I was explaining earlier on, you weren't in here yet, as I showed the differences in Odinism and pagan rituals and the basis of what the religions are based on. Okay, basically, this was taken and distorted into its own thing, and some dark sided things were pulled out of this. Yeah, Mike, they've been pissing with this case for over 6 years, 7 years now, and this is it right here, I think. Wow. What did you say, audacious? Anyway, yeah, this was completely twisted into a different thing. Yeah, there are 4 people that they brought names out of, MK, or 8 came out with 4 different names that are nothing to do with Richard Allen. Where did I leave off with this at? Defense made the specific request for the okay. That's when they received this. That video itself is only after the defense made the specific request for the video sometime in August of 2023. This roughly 25-minute ceremony itself is odd. At the beginning of the video, Brad Holder is revealed as the person videotaping the ceremony. During the last few minutes of the video, when the presumed Odinites are dumping water at the base of the tree, you see a man that appears to be Patrick Westfall enter the scene. Once he is at the tree, you can see this person use his hand to what looks like mark the tree. Unfortunately, the viewer cannot see with what word, letter, or symbol, if any, this person, presumably Westfall, is marking the tree. The marking appears to occur at a similar height from the base of the tree as the marking of Libby's blood was on the crime scene photos. Ferenczi sent a link of this video directly to Liggett. This video seems to show Westfall marking the tree in a similar manner in which the F tree was marked with Libby's blood at the crime scene. Even Ferenczi commented on Westfall marking the tree in the email. Yes, Liggett either intentionally or recklessly disregarded this evidence, potentially linking both Holder and Westfall to the crime scene. F rune formed with sticks on the ground resembles F rune found where did it go? How did I just found on the tree in Libby's blood. Attached to the memorandum is a photo provided to the defense in discovery from Brad Holder's Facebook page. The photo shows an F that Holder made from sticks from a tree. This image is marked as exhibit 50. Okay. Exhibit 50. The defense took that image and placed it side by side with the F made from Libby's blood at the crime scene and marked that side by side photograph as exhibit 51. Again, these exhibits display yet another example of Holder posting 2 Facebook images that mimic information from the crime scene unavailable to the public in 2 ways. Wow. So again, these things were, nobody knew about these things at the crime scene except for law enforcement, okay? So there's no way that he could have just went and did this after watching this somewhere. Sticks are used like the runes on the girls, and 2, the F rune is used as the F rune used and painted on the tree. Meme that Brad Holder posted on 2/17 of 17, 3 days after the girls' bodies were found unalived, which discussed how real friends will help you move dead bodies, and then friends will keep their mouths shut. This meme was deleted at some point in time, but still recovered by law enforcement. Wow. Exhibit 52 is a meme that investigators found that had been erased from Brad Holder's Facebook page. This image was obtained through discovery. The meme shows a still shot from a scene from the movie Goodfellas in which The main characters are moving a dead body from one place to another. Billy Bat's dead body had been in one location, but later it was moved, the meme says. Your real ones don't judge you or ask a bunch of questions. Wow. They help you move the body and never speak of it again. I'll be damned. Interesting. So 3 days earlier, Brad's son's girlfriend was found murdered. The girls' bodies were moved at the crime scene from one location where they were killed to a different location at the crime scene. Can you read this for a second? There's somebody at my door.
Yeah, where you at?
Crime scene
I
where
see
they
it.
were found right there.
Okay.
Hold on, I'll be right back. Sorry.
Crime scene where they were then found on February 14th, 2017. They, friends, help you move the body and never speak of it again. Toby Lesenby and Tony Liggett, in private, know that it took many men to accomplish all of the tasks needed for that crime scene to exist the way it existed when the bodies were found. The timing is certainly curious for a man who should have been mourning the brutal death of his son's girlfriend. A meme about moving dead bodies should create curiosity with law enforcement, especially when considering all the other evidence that links Holder to the crime scene. Why did Holder erase this meme? Was this meme a quick shout out to Brad Holder's something? See what you guys are saying. On another channel, I saw him in a picture wearing the hat. Looks just like the guy in the sketch wearing the hat. Maybe it's publisher Mikey.
Where are we at?
I got to, was this meme a quick shout out to Brad Holders? And then you gotta scroll up.
Ode Night buddies thanking him for helping him with the bodies. Did this meme reveal the brazenness and overconfidence that Holder had, considering the belief that he would get away with the murders? These are questions that could have been posted to Holder in an aggressive interrogation. However, for Liggett, the rest of the Unified Command, the meme was just nothing to see here. 2 a.m. Facebook post, 12 hours after the girls go missing, that says his testosterone is through the roof. This post was later deleted as well. I'll bet. Although Brad Holder told the police that he went from work straight to the gym to work out in Logansport in the afternoon, where here is Brad Holder at 2 a.m. reportedly at a fitness center, proclaiming that his energy and testosterone is through the roof right now. Find attached the Facebook post marked Exhibit 53. Why was his testosterone so high? Why was his energy level so high? Why did he claim to go to the gym at 2 a.m. when he also claimed he had been to the gym just a few hours earlier? Why was he at the gym when he was supposed to be at work in a couple of hours? And did he go to work the next day? Why did he delete his Facebook post? Why would he be saying these things when his son is reportedly upset about his girlfriend being missing, as excuse me, as the girls had not yet been found when Holder posted this message to Facebook? Law enforcement officers, to our knowledge, never asked these questions in an aggressive interrogation of Holder. Perhaps they did at the recent September 4th, 2023 interview. We shall see. In Greg Ferency's December 12th, 2018 email to Tony Liggett, Ferency had a few questions about Holder's deleted email. Okay, so in the most recent dump of evidence, the defense believes that some evidence may exist in which law enforcement attempted to verify whether Holder went to the gym. Due to the desire to file the Franks motion and memorandum, the defense has not had an opportunity to review the evidence if it exists. The defense can't be sure what was asked of Holder at at either his February 17th of 17 interview or his September 4th, 2023 interviews, as law enforcement have failed to provide that the defense, at least as the time of filing of this memorandum, although on September 11th of 2023, the prosecution informed the defense that yet another round of additional evidence is available for pickup. The defense should be picking the new discovery on September 18th of 2023. Perhaps these videos will be found in the latest round of discovery over 9 months after the defense entered their appearance. This is insane. Completely insane. This and back to this, the email. This includes questioning whether Holder's alibi about being at the gym should be further considered. Holder's reported alibi as discussed in a later section. So they need to pull any video if it's still there. About that day and see if he's on that video at that and what times. You know what I mean?
Right.
Hold on a minute. Okay. Anyway, let's try to stick to the case, guys, that we're looking at. I'm getting confused reading different things over here, so my apologies. Brad Holder's Facebook links him to Elvis Fields in Rushville, Indiana. Okay, that's one of the other names right there. Elvis Fields. I need to write that down. That way I can go back and look up.
All right, I'm going to write this down. It was 2017 that they were unalived?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Take notes if you haven't been, guys, because there's some interesting stuff here. It makes sense. Oh, wait. Okay. Elvis has admitted to participating in the murders and is... Wait, what? Brad Holder's Facebook page links him to Elvis Fields in Rushville, Indiana. Elvis has admitted to participating in the murders and to now being part of a gang, even providing intimate details of the crime scene that only those participating in the murder would know. Elvis followed Brad Holder on Facebook and even recreated Brad Holder's Facebook page like a fanboy. Wow. Okay. It makes sense near the finish of this section, detailing some of the evidence that links Brad Holder to the murders by supplying the court with certain Facebook posts by Brad Holder that were mimicked and even recreated by a man named Elvis Fields. I guess we need to pull his Facebook too. This will allow for Elvis Fielder or Elvis Fields, if it's still up. Okay. With a smooth transition to the next suspect, on whom this memo will be focused, Elvis Fields. Who is Elvis Fields? This man was mimicking Brad Holder's Facebook post from 126 miles away. You will soon learn that he is a man that has admitted to both of his sisters that he was involved in the unalivings. A man that told his sister that because of his involvement, he was now part of a gang and had a brother, a man who, after providing his DNA, asked police that if he could explain why his spit might be on one of the girls, would he still be in trouble? And then admitted to his sister that he did, in fact, spit on one of the girls. Oh, my God. What a puke. So, are you going to tell me that this was an initiation possibility to get into this group?
Oh. I didn't think of that.
Wow. 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 This is disgusting. This is disgusting.
Them poor families.
I mean, Jesus. Part of a gang and had a brother, a man who, after providing his name, asked police that if he could explain why his spit might be on one of the girls, would he still be in trouble? And then admitted to his sister that he did spit on one of the girls, and perhaps most incriminating, a man who provided intimate details about the crime scene, the type of detail that only those that were at the scene could possess. Upon closer inspection, you will learn that Brad Holder and Elvis Fields did in fact have a common connection. Johnny Messer. There's the other name. Johnnymesser. Okay. But that Elvis lied to the police, claiming he did not know Johnny Messer. Evidence provided by law enforcement shows that Elvis Fields lived in Rushville, 125 miles from Delphi. Additionally, Elvis at first glance seemingly had no connection to Delphi or Logansport. However, once law enforcement officers Greg Ferenczi and Kevin Murphy learned that Elvis had confessed to his sisters, and especially after Elvis posted a bizarre question to Murphy, these curious law enforcement officers wanted to look at Elvis's Facebook page and ultimately compare it with Brad Holder's Facebook page. Okay. What they found was extremely telling. Elvis was obviously following Brad Holder on Facebook, as evidenced by the multiple posts that Elvis mimicked Holder. Elvis Fields was not only following Brad Holder's Facebook page, but Elvis was also emulating Brad Holder by recreating Brad Holder's Facebook posts in the year leading up to the Abby and Libby's murders. The defense is attaching a series of 9 side-by-side photographs created by law enforcement. On the left side of each exhibit is a photo that Brad Holder posted to his Facebook page. On the right side of each exhibit is a photo that Elvis Fields posted to his Facebook page, in which Elvis took the time to actually recreate the photograph that Holder posted. They are marked as exhibits 55 through 63, highlighting just a few of those side-by-side photographs. Zoink, Scoob.
Elvis Fields' Facebook is still up. April found it for me.
No shit.
Yep.
Okay. You want to pull it up real quick?
Sure.
Just for a minute. Let's see if he did mimic Holder's.
And learn how to spell. Would help.
Mm-hmm. Guys, again, thank you so much for joining us today for this. This is really important.
Went a lot deeper than we were planning on it.
Way deeper, but it's worth it. It really is worth it. I didn't realize there was so much more to this. And this is falling in line with everything that it needs to, guys.
Let's see, Rushville. I wonder which one. Let me see which one April put.
They said he was shot and ambushed after. What are we talking about here, Mama?
Looks like there's 3 of them. They might be the same. I don't know.
Okay.
Oops.
Enigma 9 Sigma. I have sent an email with my outline I created for you. Thank you, Enigma. Enigma.
No, I don't want to add you as my friend. Go photos. All right. So what photo did he mimic? They love their cats, don't they? Jeez, and their food.
It doesn't say. It's just one that was on the Facebook page that was mimicked.
What is?
I'm sure we could tell.
How is that supposed to be him? Must be.
Yeah, I'm guessing. Hold on a minute. Where is my phone? 1 second. True crime buff. 1 second,
Okay.
please, on. Or you can go ahead. I'm telling her
Oh.
1 second so I can check what she don't want me to.
What is that? Can't tell what that is. Hey, Ghost. I don't need your help. I have enough issues on my own. Whoops. It's a sidewalk. It's a turtle. No, him without a shirt. I don't want to see. What is this? I don't know. This guy looks like he's like an ew. I don't want to see him without clothes. Sorry, guys. He likes his antiques, that's for sure. Well, here's another.
Okay. Rolo, can you do me a favor, bro? And like, let's not talk about that stuff in here if you don't mind, please. Let's keep that in there and this in here. I like to keep them separate if we can. I appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay.
Well, so far, I'm not seeing much to do with Odin at this point.
Okay.
You see a
So
lot
let
of
me sh-
antiques so far.
Let me show you this real quick then. Pull that down for a quick second. So there's a picture that was painted. See the man hanging upside down?
Oh,
Mm-hmm. Your queen loves you.
I saw that picture.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't see the other one. Why is that? I saw that one. So where's... Whoa. She's got a...
February 12th of 2018. Good morning, happy okay, so that was when that picture was done. You're in a cheerful mood. What did you have for breakfast? The good stuff. You do look extra chipper. So that picture back there. Can I blow this up?
Yeah, I'll have to...
I don't think I can. I can't make it any bigger.
What's the date on that? The 7th, February 17th of 18.
Yeah.
Oh, that said Instagram, but it's on.
Mhm.
Okay.
But I can't see the date on the bottom of this. I can't blow this. Wait a minute.
Right.
Yes, maybe I
Yeah.
can. Hold on.
And then there's a zoom magnifier.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if that'll help or not. See if I can.
Where the hell is the date? Yeah, it's at the bottom and I can't get to it.
Let me see if I can find that picture. Was it very far in on the pictures?
I don't know.
Oh.
This is on this is on Instagram. Okay. I wonder what all is on Instagram then. I don't see.
Because I saw those other pictures.
This is all his Instagram stuff.
Yeah, where was... Oh, there's that hat. Hold up.
Look at that.
I'm going to take a picture of this and I'm going to text it to you.
What, the tree or the picture?
Something else. Dang it, I can remember how to use my phone. Jeez.
Drop it in a Discord DM because I don't have my phone right now. My wife's still without her phone and she came in and took it from me immediately. I can't see the date on this. Okay, so these people like draw all over each other and tattoo all over each other.
Apparently. She's got a big I think it's a tattoo right between her on her
Yeah,
chest of a big
it
old
was right
rune.
there. Right there, you can see it. That's the Valhalla. It's
Yeah.
the thing there, and then she's got it on both sides. I don't want to get too gross with it, but yeah. Anyway,
There
let
you
me
go.
see here.
All
So
right,
this
I
is
sent
all.
it in Discord.
Okay, that West Ball.
Oh, I've got a whole bunch of them. All right, where's the picture? Oh.
Again, thank you, Cassie, for all this. All right, so this guy's got hats, T-shirts, tattoos, all these markings of all this stuff. So there's a horn.
Time is almost 5. I'm gonna have to probably hop off here in about.
Well, I'm gonna have to shut it down too because it's been a while. But
4.5
okay, you
hours.
sent it in Discord. Hold on.
I don't know if that's the same one. Okay, there's that picture. Oh, there it is. Okay.
Wait. Yep, that's the same hat. Looks like it to me, at least.
That's what I thought. I did
Can you
find that
guys?
picture.
Can you
And
see it? Is it coming up on the live stream?
yeah.
Mm-hmm. That looks like the same damn hat to me. I'm saying.
Yep. It says 2017 at the bottom of that picture of the tree.
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I'll be damned. I'll be damned. 1 second. Okay, sorry, folks.
What?
Back to this. Okay. Oh my goodness gracious, Molly Drake. Good golly. What's going on, girlfriend? Okay. There's a lot to this, guys. We're gonna have to make this a double, more than one day. Because this goes a lot deeper, like Mama Bear said, than I thought. For real. And I'm almost guessing.
I mean, once they got Richard Allen, I just thought it was
Now,
done.
nobody, we didn't, that's what we all did. Nobody looked at anything because we thought that was him. Thank you for your apology because I was worried about you, dear, but I'm glad to know that. So was Mama Bear, actually.
She knows. I sent her many messages.
Bad swear words at you. Just kidding. Just kidding. So yeah, we're gonna come back to this, folks. This isn't over. There's a lot more to this that I want to dig on some more. I may even jump in Discord with some people with this too because there's too much more to this. Well, thank you so much, Patty. I appreciate that. I don't know about the best, but I appreciate the thought so very much. No problem, Molly. We're gonna have to go and look into that. Westfall a lot more, because I'm telling you guys, after the picture that I just saw, I don't think that's Richard Allen walking across the bridge. I think it's Brad Holder. I'm telling you, the gait and everything. I'd like to find a video of him walking and go watch the video of the guy on the bridge walking. And I'm telling you, I bet you the gait's almost the same. No problem, Molly. Don't worry, hon.
Let me see. Whoops.
Yeah, that's what we were told it was gonna be. It was Richard Allen. We just let it be what it was. Shame on us for lacking on our critical thinking, you know, but we didn't think. I mean, I can't say for 100% that that's him, but I'm telling you, I feel like that looks to me to be more like Brad Holder than Richard Allen, folks. And that says a lot to me. Absolutely, Kelly. And I hope anybody that watched the explanation of Odinism and the paganism, stuff like that, understood why I was showing that to you, just to explain to you how it's supposed to be and how it's not, you know. And again, guys, here we are with what looks to be, like Josie just stated, it's another cover-up, folks. And why this time? I mean, this was buried for some reason. What it do, KT? Good to see you. Good to have you back. Unfortunately, we're leaving now, but I'm gonna be back here tonight, guys. So I don't know if we'll pick this up tonight or we'll do something else, but I'll be back tonight. 8:30, 9 o'clock tonight. Can't wait. It is Wednesday, so I'm gonna go through and dump everything I have in here and go right back to it again. Thank you all so very much for joining us today. Mama Bear, thank you for being here.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Yaya. I appreciate you so very much. All of you guys, I appreciate for joining us for this today. This has been a very, very informative and interesting show today for myself as well. I believe for Mama Bear too. We got a little deeper than we even thought we were going to be. I think we just saw this stuff.
Yeah, because we were going to talk about the another case too.
And I can't even do that, but I'll do it this week. The Romeoville stuff. Maybe I'll touch on it tonight. It's pretty dark. Welcome, Bismo Funyuns. It's great to hear about that. Thank you. Great to have you here. And thank you all for joining me. Like I said, guys, tune in. You're okay, Cows. Tune in tonight between 8:30 9 o'clock. Mama Bear probably won't be here because she's got to get her sleep, but I will be, and I can't wait to be back with you guys. This has been great, guys. Thank you again for joining us, for supporting us. Anybody that has supported us in other ways, thank you for that as well. Don't forget, guys, to love yourselves, to love each other, and don't change a thing about yourselves because you are the beautiful people. I will see you all here in a while, guys. So have a great rest of your day. Till then, talk to you soon.
And I'll see you guys tomorrow. So, bye. Love y'all.
Bye-bye.